Chairman. Chair, are we going to start the meeting? Am I the only person who can't hear anything here? Or there's nothing that is happening for now? I'm worried, Ken.
Nothing is happening. I'm also
Okay.
Honorable
right.
Mukwela,
We're checking the chair.
Okay, no, thanks. Thanks.
It's on platform now.
Now we say sharp 9 o'clock. We all have double meetings.
Yeah.
He's on the platform already.
Come in. Oh.
Am I audible now, honorable members?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, you are, Chair. You are, Chair.
Okay. I'm using two gadgets now because I've been trying to speak and I can't hear you, and it seems you can't hear me on the other side. My apologies. Otherwise, I would have connected long on time in order for us to start on time, and therefore the apologies to yourselves and all our guests and participants on the platform. Our meeting was scheduled to start at 9. Of course, there was a draft program that would have been sent, which gives a sense of how look at presentations that would come through. So my apologies for this late start. It's technical difficulties. Of course, I would, in the course of the presentations, try and get help to address this. Let me then, without better waste of time, just deal with the formalities as I greet you once again, honorable members. Let me also greet all the participants that starting with the department as led by the political leadership. Been informed that even with the competing activities in the country, as we all know, that we're also hosting the G20, there was confirmation that we would have the Honorable Deputy Ministers here from the side of the department, also joining the team that will be presenting in this workshop. So let me greet in that way, and then also acknowledge acting DG, who is the platform as delegated, as well as all other members of the department that are here today. Let me acknowledge at the same time those that would have also been invited from the entities of the department, as well as the other departments, namely from the DTIC side, from the Department of Higher Education and Training side, also the organized labor. By the time of coming to the meeting, we still had no confirmation from organized business, and in terms of their own presentation. So we didn't have that. However, would still be able to proceed. I've seen that we have also civil society in attendance in the form of PMG that keeps the public also informed on work of Parliament, but also help to assess our performance as members and our contributions thereof. As well as South Africans, of course, that are following the deliberations of the committee through platforms made possible by Parliament to ensure public participation. Of course, having acknowledged yourselves, just for us to have a smooth running workshop. This workshop is taking place under the leadership of the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labour in the National Assembly, which means that the rules that apply on these platforms will be that of the National Assembly. And I therefore want to remind members and all participants on the platform that we must ensure at all times that our mics are muted and video camera off until at the time when you are recognized to speak. Then in that time, you will then be able to proceed to unmute your mic, as well as unmute your video, so that we are able to see who's speaking to us. And of course, if you have got challenges of connectivity, you'd indicate so that you are able to get permission from the chair to switch off your video camera so as to maximize your bandwidth and proceed to speak. We do know that from time to time there will be those that lose connectivity and have to reconnect to the platform. That please ensure that at all times that when you reconnect, you are having your mic muted and your video camera muted. As you know, mics are sensitive and could therefore pick out background sounds that could distract a speaker that may be on the platform in the meeting. Of course, as a meeting procedure and rules permitting, members do raise the point of orders. But if there is anything that relates to the point of order, let's just remind ourselves of the rules that you raise your hand using your gadget for the point of order with your mic muted and your video camera off up until the time that you are recognized. In a case that I'm unable to see that at the chair, the committee support will also indicate that the member would want to raise that order. Only at that time, when you're recognized by the chair, that you will then unmute your mic and your camera makes the point of order on which the chairperson could rule upon in terms of the rules of the National Assembly. Honorable members and all participants, we are also further advised that we do not raise unnecessary point of orders to a point where the meeting collapses on the platform. And I take it that those basic rules would help us to have meaningful engagements in a way that we spend the time in the engagements than on procedural things that would have been clarified in terms of the rules. Having said that, honorable members, I will just as we get to start, just for the committee support to indicate whether we have the members, because this is a committee workshop. So our primary is whether we have members in the meeting that makes us to be able to proceed before I get to the apologies that may have been received. Can you confirm that?
Good morning, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson, we have members to start the meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Mapindisa. I'm told then we are able to do so. And as I get then to the apologies, so that it's understood why it is not this committee support who is well known by two members, Mr. Sakasa, so I'll deal with that when we get to apologies. But let me start first with the members. Honorable members, are there any apologies that we have, starting with the committee support? If Ms. Mapindisa and Mr. Mukwena, you would indicate if there are apologies received by the office from members.
Good morning. Once more, Chairperson. We did not receive any apologies on the side of the members, Chair. The only apologies we received is from the Minister, who is on study leave, as well as Deputy Minister Namadzinga Chabalala, who's attending another event, and also the Acting DG, Ms. Jackie Mudisana, who's attending G20. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Mapindisa. But from the members, may I just check if there are apologies that may have not reached the office, so that we place them on record. Honorable Person, Honorable Van der Walt will follow. I also see the ADG raising their hand. Let me start with members because this is a workshop convened for members. Honorable Person.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would like to place on record that once again we are receiving apologies from the Minister and the Deputy Minister. This is becoming an irritable habit in our portfolio now. I would really like to place that on record. Thank you, sir.
Oh, I thought it's your apology. I've noted what you are raising, Honorable Person, and I would have responded to it for Honorable Van der Walt. Honorable Van der Walt,
Online, person, but at some point,
yeah, maybe it may be my
Chair, I am unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, better now.
I have to leave the meeting and come back. I'm just, in case you see that I've left, I'm just proactively informing you.
Okay, Honorable Van der Walt. So the ATG, you would have withdrawn.
If you can't hear me, I'll write in the chat.
No, I heard you that you leave and come back. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mansele. Honorable Mansele,
yes, good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, honorable Deputy Minister, and the department and the guests on the platform. No, Chair, it's just a protocol issue, Chair, that there is a lot of coded names on the platform. Can we get the real names? Can you get the real names of the attendees be captured so that we do not say, for a lack of a better example, a fridge attended this meeting. I'm just making one good example. But there is no free return, but there are so many codes. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Nonzele, we will take it that the admin would be able to identify those so that we know who is on the platform. Admin, please do that so that people are able to rename their gadgets properly. ATG, I saw that you went out, you're back. Can you then get in?
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members on the platform. I just wanted to indicate that DDG Mkalipi, he was supposed to join, but he's just requested that due to other competing priorities, that I tender his apology, and I will also be leaving the meeting earlier on because I thought it was going to be important just at least to be here initially, but I just wanted to let the Chair and the honorable members know that I will be leaving early. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable members, I take it that there are no further apologies that would have been received. I was just checking if, because this is the note I have, that Deputy Minister Smia was to join the team that will be presenting. So I didn't want to just pretend that he's here or not here. Are those further apologies? Honorable Basson, if you can lower your hand for now, unless you wanted to indicate something else. Let's get to, is it Hlomane K and Mr. Makuku in that order?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and to the members. I know that the screen may say Ms. Longwane, but I am the acting CEO at the National Skills Fund. And I just wanted to indicate I've been joined by Ms. Longwane in the meeting as well. But Chair, if we can request to be excused, we do have meetings with the Auditor General and audit debrief that is taking place at the same time. So if we can just table that request. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe as we look at that, it's whether that then takes away the person to present or the presenter will still be in the meeting. Can you clarify that?
Yes, Chair. If I can come in, we both will be required to leave the meeting after we present.
Okay. All right, so I'm raising this so that we know how to handle it, because there are, I think, things to raise with regard to the Skills Fund and the status. So in that score, we take note. Mr. Makuku.
Thank you, Chair, and morning to you and honorable members. I have put a note in the chat. I also would need to be released
Just before 10 o'clock, I've got the audit committee on my side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Those are the apologies we have, honorable members. Are there any objections in us accepting the apologies as tendered? We'll take them as approved.
Chair?
Is that Honorable Mukweli?
Yes. Thank you very much. May I mute my video because of the network connection? Chair, yeah, we accept the apologies. However, it will be difficult for us to engage with the presentations that will be put forth. So I'm suggesting that if ever we have questions as members, Chair, you will facilitate that we raise them. However, the response be in a written form to us so that we are able to trace and have a record of the proceedings. So I'm requesting that those that will be presenting and after presenting they leave, we can still have the opportunity as members to pose questions on their absence, and then we get the response through writing, if it's correct, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you, Honorable Mukweli. I think we'll do everything we can to get those questions through, including what you suggest. But I think let's look at how far the presentation would go. So that in the way you would have looked at the draft program was that the department would be the first to present and then take them thereafter. And I want to therefore guide that maybe as we would be getting to the presentations, having clarified the purpose, we will then at that point maybe as part of adopting that this is the route we take, we change the sequence so that we still get the presentation, look at the time, and see if we will not allow members to make then that comment at the point. Because the questions may be asked in writing, but sometimes it does help to understand the context in which the question would have been asked. So we'll assess, Honorable Mukweli, but I do take the contribution you are making to ensure that members can still get proper answers given the apologies that have been made. I take it that that helps to respond to your request, Honorable Mukweli. With that having been said, honorable members, it's just for us to remind ourselves, and this would then define purpose, that we ourselves have been asked by Parliament to look at what was said to be a challenge with retrenchments in the steel industry. In this case, the focus would have been ArcelorMittal. Of course, in looking at it as a committee, we then said probably what we need to do is to broaden the engagement because there are a number of sectors or industries that are affected by Section 189 and 189 capital letter A of the Labour Relations Act, and then look at what these challenges are, what strategies and interventions are being made to address the situation. But more importantly, if there are matters that relate to policy interventions that are needed, we can also hear on that so that we know what to do in this regard. But it also presents us with an opportunity to make suggestions in the immediate what else could be done, so that when we respond to the speaker, we broaden our response informed by this engagement. We have taken an approach in our programming of putting it as a workshop arrangement, so that there's a free flow of engagement, and we are able then from that lift up issues that may need programming and decision making on the side of the committee on what to recommend in specific areas, which then would mean that this is not a joint committee meeting, but a workshop for us as the committee. Of course, taking into account that the matter on the table does not only get to be confined to employment and labor, but there are also implications, including contributions that must be made elsewhere. For this reason, that's why we would have thought of the entities in the department, like Productivity South Africa, the CMA, given the roles that they play, the UIF, that also makes a contribution in this regard at the end. The TIC, as you would know, that whether you talk industrialization and all that, that rests there. Of course, they also act in terms of engagements, even with our trading partners as a country. Of course, we looked at the important role that the Department of Higher Education and Training plays, in particular as it relates to the mandate of the National Skills Fund, as well as the intention to have the SETAs and how that could then contribute in this regard. Of course, we have through NETLEC, so necessarily we didn't invite NETLEC. We do appreciate the Executive Director that you came, but through NETLEC, we then invited the social partners, in particular organized labor and organized business. And as I said, we have not received the presentation or confirmation from organized business. However, we do have organized labor that has circulated its presentation, and their attendance in the meeting still welcomed until I'm advised otherwise. So in essence, therefore, we are in a discussion that seeks to address these issues and be able to lift up those that we may need to still further process as a committee. So having done so, the apologies have been dealt with. But as it gets to the agenda, like I said, the planning initially would have been to start with the department and its the entities of the department. In that score, having received this apology, because we'll still want them to speak. Secondly, because, honorable members, initially we were sent a presentation that talked about SWIFT. And then later on, as you saw, we have a presentation that we received this morning that focuses on the areas that we wanted. And with the interaction I had with the committee's secretary, it was like it was an error that we received that presentation, because SWIFT is not an entity of the department, but a service provider that is utilized by the department. And I'm sure once you know that, and having gone through that presentation, you will then realize that indeed what was presented was more of a grievance between the service provider and the client. And in this case, we would have to deal with what we expect from the entities of this National Skills Fund, as well as how the SETAs make such contribution. So I want to guide honorable members that given that almost all other presentations were able to go through them, but this one made it us to be taken through a bit, that we are able to start there because it's indeed a workshop, not a decision-making meeting, that will allow them to present. I will check immediately after they present whether there's immediate commentary to make, or we then allow them to leave and only deal with the questions in writing for members to submit, and that we are able to get the responses from them and report on that in our Wednesday meeting next week, that every member would have received a response in this regard. Are we in agreement, honorable members? So that we then at least adopt that that's now going to be the route we take. Any comment? So if there's no comment, I will take it that you take the guidance that has been given.
Yes, Chair.
That we start with them. You will, as you start, do your brief intro now properly, and then get to the presentation as the committee support will now be unsharing, so that we allow the head to present. Of course, with regard to the presentations, looking at what you would be doing, so would give you 20 minutes, so that if in the 10 minutes there are quick comments to make, be able to do that. Please proceed. I hope I'm still audible, honorable members, with these gadgets that are changing.
Yes, you are audible, Chair.
We expect to make the presentation in the way they've planned, who participates in the presentation itself. Can you do that? Okay, and yourselves, can you get your presentation? Or have they lost connectivity, Ms. Malinisa?
Morning, Chair. They're still on the platform. I'm trying to check why they're not sharing the presentation.
Yes, I do see that Mr. David Mabusela is the co-host, and as well as Longwane K. So they have sharing rights.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members. It was just a misunderstanding. You know, when you refer to the department, my misunderstanding was as though you're speaking to the Department of Labor and Employment. So sorry for that.
No, I was clear. It's probably you may have not heard. We said we are shifting the Department of Employment and Labor entities, and we are starting with higher education and training, in particular the Skills Fund. And yes, so we are giving it to you on the basis of how you planned to present in the 20 minutes we have allocated to you. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, that's not the problem. Let me try to share the presentation. Is it visible, Chair, to all members?
Yes, we can see.
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay. Now, thanks very much, Chair, for this opportunity. My name is David Mabusela. I am from the Department of Higher Education and Training. I'm currently acting as the Deputy Director General of the Skills Branch. I am, however, accompanied by my two colleagues from the National Skills Fund who will also have some inputs into the scope that was given to us with respect to this engagement. But let me start by greeting you, Honorable Chair, and all members that are here, and all protocols observed, of course. Chair, in us looking at the scope that was given to us with respect to this engagement, we extracted issues, Chair, that were basically relating directly to us. But then that was just a narrow picture because a broader scheme of things, we are really all affected by this topic in the sense of the interpretation within the socio-economic state of the country. But however, Chair, we then directed our responses to exactly what we are currently doing, but not placing aside the fact that there needs to be a further collaboration between all departments and in a very accelerated manner if one has to consider the topic that has been given under the theme that has been given under this topic, where there is serious hemorrhage of jobs in South Africa. Without any waste of time, Chair, the response to the below points are actually captured in two areas where we look at the magnitude of the challenge, the limitations and the effectiveness of interventions that have been made, and also from the perspective of the Department of Higher Education and Training, the program which we call the Worker Education Program, that is geared towards the support of retrenched workers and affected workers. Though if you look at the definition thereof, it's quite a narrow definition because worker education are workers that are already on the and they are the ones who are in fact aware of all the that happen on the work floor, the future work, the current challenges that relate to the work that they do, and the interventions that need to be done in order for them to either strengthen or empower them with respect to be more productive and more aligned to the changes that come with the changes on the work floor. And also we looked at the strengthening of social dialogue with respect to worker representation. We know for the fact that at some point in time, it's the fact of the matter that there has been some kind of marginalization with respect to some of the gains that were made by workers with respect to their influence and their rights within the workplace, and also the integration and coordination opportunities, and lastly, the policy alignment that has to be there. As a skills branch chair, our involvement, as I have said, is not entirely aligned to the subject matter if you interpret it in a narrow sense. But in a broader sense, it is, for the fact that it has to do with jobs. It has to do with education and training, and then jobs. And if you stretch that further, even to entrepreneurship. There are no employers directly linked to the department. Also, Chair, that statement is simply interpreted within this context because by its nature, all departments, including ours, they are employers, one way or the other. And there are many changes that occur in those spaces that basically affect workers. And there has to be some form of interventions that relate to what type of changes are occurring in the contemporary economy and what interventions are there that must be made to secure those areas of work that are changing. Now, Chair, the presentation that we are making, unfortunately, because of time, it extrapolated information from 8 SETAs, which were SETA, TITA, Construction SETA, Services SETA, MQA, WNR SETA, CHITA, as well as Insurance SETA, where they basically then look at these financial and job distresses that are there in their sector. And lastly, to mitigate for these, one of the key or central program that has been run between the department as well as the Human Resource Development Council relates to the worker education program. That program, Chair, it has been there, but then the impact thereof has not been what it should be. With respect to this discussion, it's one of the programs that should be central with respect to the protection of work, the improvement of status of workers in terms of reskilling and learning new things, as well as accessing them to opportunities that can make them entrepreneurs or open their own establishments based on the experience that they have gained. Now, those 8 examples that we have provided, Chair, from the 8 SETAs, they are quite immense, Chair. And there was a initial request here, Chair, to say this type of information can then be related to the committee regarding not only these SETAs, but all the SETAs with respect to what type of intervention they have made up to that far and what type of financial as well as worker distresses that they have experienced, say, within the last 10 years or so. It's quite an extensive information, Chair, to present here, and therefore I would request your indulgence and that of the members for us then to to provide this information later on, not only from these 8 sitters that have responded, but from all the sitters, so that the bigger picture can be attained. With respect to the worker education program, Honorable Chair, as I have indicated, those are the 3 entities that are currently coordinating it: the department, the HRDC, and also to some extent the sitters, obviously. At the forefront of this, it was just one sitter, which was the ETDP sitter, that also served as the secretariat of this structure. And this structure, Chair, composed of federations as well as numerous federations, organized labor, and other entities, and also to some extent the National Skills Fund. But the main thrust of this program, Chair, was then to discuss and debate problems that arise in the workplace that tend to eliminate jobs, and also programs in the workplace that tend to marginalize workers to such that they find themselves no longer able to do the work that they used to do due to changes like digitalization and so forth. Now, the question was, how do you then create programs, training programs in such a way that, one, you don't render those workers, you don't render them access to the establishment in terms of their skills, but you reskill them. You come with programs that will infuse them into the system so that they then also become effective in terms of the changes that have taken place in terms of industrialization, in terms of digitalization, and all other changes that come with technical changes in the workplace. Now, this program, Chair, discussed all those issues to say what kind of interventions are supposed to then come into play. Now, what was the key challenge, Chair, and is still the key challenge within this space with the worker education program, which we, as I have indicated, we consider it as very central because it is at the coal face of the worker challenges and distress, to say how do we then reconceptualize it in such a way that it has sufficient resources to carry out these interventions timeously and basically to preempt these challenges that may come, so that things are not taken as a reactionary mechanism, but actions are preempted so that they may be prevented, may be blunted. So at the center of this, Chair, the challenges here are basically resources. If you look at the worker education program, it's not fully funded to the extent that it is supposed to. It is funded, among things, through the mandatory grants as well as the discretionary grants. And most of the time, if you look at these mandatory, some of them, and by and large, they don't specifically relate to the key issues that will keep workers, productive and effective and efficient and have long-term life within the workspace in relation to the work that they do and the contribution that they make. So our take here, Chair, is that moving forward here, we need to amass resources that basically look at how do you then expand the worker education program in terms of infrastructure, in terms of collaboration across all departments. And central to this program also identify, meaningful and impactful programs that will basically assist workers to self-sustain in terms of employment. And Chair, looking at this, we then disaggregated this into interventions that look at upskilling, reskilling, issues that look at providing foundational and transferable skills, and issues that facilitate the recognition of prior learning. That relates particularly to artisans, where artisan recognition of prior learning can be accelerated or massified. Those who have helped qualified artisans within the workplaces in terms of assisting them with instruments. During that process, they do gain quite a huge level of experience with respect not only to passing spanners and all that, but the actual doing of the work, the actual mechanism or mechanical work of the work that the qualified artisans do. These assistant artisans, over a period of time, they gain experience to an extent that they are also able to do that. And so the artisan recognition prior learning programs can actually assist them to then reach the level where they are able then to then stand on their own. And if they happen to lose work, they are able then to self-sustain in a very recognized manner. And also linking interventions, Chair, that's the element of collaboration here, where we say there needs to be a broader collaboration between departments rather than working in a very compartmentalized manner, where at the end of the day, the impact is there, but it is not recognizable. So under the auspices of the HRDC, we need a program that will actually lead this central impact across department through collaboration, which we want to see where workers are challenged in a manner where they lose their work, and or where learners are actually retrenched in terms of Section 189. This also, we believe that, Chair, will also increase the capacity of the trade unions on the shop floor in terms of them identifying the types of interventions that are really meaningful for their collective. And also that links to quite a number of things, as I've indicated in terms of Section 189, their labor rights, the collective bargaining, and so forth. And I've also spoken about this, Chair, to say the approach now is a default approach in the sense that it's reactionary. It does not preempt what is coming in the future and what can be planned, so that whatever impact comes with that future is blunted and cannot result into quite a huge loss of work for the workers. We are prepared, Chair, as the department to collaborate with the Department of Trade, Industry, with DTI. We are actually doing that, and also the Department of Labor. We need to strengthen that very much so. And our colleagues, Chair, they'll speak on behalf of the NSF as to what NSF is currently doing and what is planning to do. But from our side, as I have indicated, we are going to aggregate all this information with respect to what is given to us and as to what is the status then in relation to their sectors, in relation to the loss of work for the workers. Chair, that relates to the NSDP in any way, which is just about to come to an end, which possibly mean we really need to then refocus on these things so that they can have a broader impact in terms of policy consideration. I think, Chair, I should then stop at that point and give over to my colleagues in the NSF to proceed from here. Thank you, Honorable Chair and members.
Good morning again to the Honorable Chair and the members. And I'm going to take you through the initiatives that the National Skills Fund had undertaken in the previous times in relation to the training layoff scheme. But we have been covered quite extensively by the DDG for skills. Can I switch off my camera? Because I see it does say it's unstable. I will be handing over to Ms. Hlongwane, who's seated next to me, who will then proceed with the presentation. Thank you, Chair. Over to you, Ms. Hlongwane. Just put on the phone now.
Good morning, Chair and Honorable members and my colleagues. As indicated, my name is Hlongwane. I'll be taking you through, obviously building from the main presentation of the department that was presented by Mr. Mabusela. Now, on the slide, there's a content there. We're just going to touch briefly about the background of the National Skills Fund, the overall objectives. As per the brief, we're going to touch about the training. The TLS will then mean the training layoff scheme broad principles, the partners and roles, financial components, implementation process. Now, Chair, this mainly is derived from the basis that the National Skills Fund in 2009 was participating in what we call the training layoff scheme, where there were a lot of retrenchments and the three ministers came together. At the time, it was the Department of Labor, and now Employment and Labor, and Department of Education and Training, and the Department of Training and Industry. So these three ministers came to him, which was then supported by the Secretariat was in the Department of Higher Education and Training through the National Skills Fund. Now, in the interest of time, Chairperson, I'm not going to bore you about what is the National Skills Fund and all that. But obviously, based on the National Development Strategy Plan, we are guided by that document, and I'm not in terms of the background of the National Skills Fund, but what I can indicate is that what is key to note is that the DG and our minister have an ability in those years. We were able to put from 2009 chairperson just speaks to who are we funding as the National Skills Fund, but as indicated that we are a catalytic fund, and our minister and the DG are able to give us a mandate to say, based on our government needs, this is where the fund can come in handy and assist the government to achieve some of its objectives. So these are some of the things, some of the funded projects or programs that we also look at, and what we also for. Now, Chairperson, just a background. Obviously, we are not privy to discussions people that these retrenchments that are happening fund. I'm presenting what we did from 2009 when we were secretariat. I was the lead person or a lead head from 2009 when the three ministers came together and agreed on what to do. Therefore, the scheme at the time was used to assist temporary suspension of work using training, retention of employment contracts, and training was at the time being flexible. It was linked along the lines of a certain percentage of time employees will go to work, and a certain percentage of their time they'll be retrained following the skills that they would have been identified. Allowance that was paid to the workers through collaboration from obviously the UIF at the time and the CETAs and the National Skills Fund. So the employer at that time will then carry the cost of the basic package of social benefits. So there was, for instance, allowances that were paid to the workers. The three department had said and say through CCMA, their workers be paid instead of them taking their pensions and being retrenched. Now, as indicated, Chairperson, at the time, the training layoff scheme then relied on collective efforts. Obviously, from your CCMA, who at the time was responsible to facilitating and overseeing and verifying all training layoffs, consultations and agreements. And then the CETAs will then indicate to the stakeholders as to what kind of training will be available for the workers in distress, and they will also assist in funding the training cost. The SETAs at the time will also, because they had limited funding, they will also apply to the NSF for training allowances. And the very same SETAs will then disperse these funds to the employers as per their sectors. That's how then that we will do that will be the process. Then the National Skills Fund (OIF) will then be responsible to processing application for training allowances. And in certain instances where a SETA indicates that they have allocated all their budgets to their programs, we will, where possible, come on board and provide the training, both training costs and training allowances. But that responsibility was shared between the NSF and the UIF. And we then had the employers, the trade unions, and the bargaining councils that played role. As indicated, we had the Department of Labor, now Employment and Labor, and Trade and Industry, and we also had at the time the Economic Development Department, which was also responsible to give us their research on what are the prospects of the economy, and what is it that we need to look at as well. Then they will advise as well on the prospects of the economy, which economic sectors should we give concentration in terms of training and all that. And obviously, Chair, in all this, our main player was then your Productivity South Africa, which was also through Department of Employment and Labor, which will facilitate all this applications, and they will be able to assist if that was placed to them, the NSF/UI that we followed. I had spoken to them a bit to say that what will happen is that I just missed one, that Productivity SA will be served with the retrenchments, and CCMA will be on board, which will then request the paperwork that was required, like the bank statements, and making sure that really this company is in distress or not. And they will then finalize their training layoff agreement with the CCMA, those companies. And those companies will then as well recommend relevant training for the future, or what is it that we can retrain those employees on in order for them to be absorbed in other vacancies or opportunities that are arising within that particular organization. Then what will then happen is that after CCMA has concluded the consultation process, then it will submit the documentation to the SETA. With the SETA, will look at if there are any recommended trainings, and they will also recommend other options and carry the cost of training. And then the SETA will advise the National Skills Fund if there are on the application that they received and the National Skills Fund with assistance from UIF at the time, we'll share the cost of training allowances. So that's what we did at that time. Now, this being my last slide, Chairperson, I didn't put a conclusion per se, but what has been agreed upon from the National Skills Fund is that as the National Skills Fund, we obviously, based on the role that we played previously, and we are willing to listen to the needs that arises and take it to our principals, to our minister and the DG, and then we'll take it from there. But obviously, what we want to indicate that the National Skills Fund, through approvals from the minister at the time and the DG, was participating in the training layoff scheme in a form of paying for the agreed upon training allowances to the workers at the time. Now, flowing from what Mr. Mabusela has presented in the previous slides, we, as the National Skills Fund as well, we are also participating in the worker education programs. We are also participating in the ARPL programs, where there is that retraining and looking at how can we then retrain people to continue to participate in the economy, especially those that are in distress. So that is all from the National Skills Fund. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Honorable members, as you would have listened to the presentation, firstly, from the department itself, the DTG, Mr. Mabusela, he made it clear that you probably need to get even more information on the other seaters and therefore be able to make an informed decision even in the future on how best this collaboration between the department and the sitters would need to be taken forward. So I just thought it's important that we remind ourselves of that, and therefore the presentation by NSF. Earlier on, as I said, I did take the request made by Honorable Mukwele. It is unless there's a specific comment to make from any member at this point. Otherwise, I would take that to be the approach of the committee, that we get the information sent to us. We are able to ask the questions in writing, and that DTG, we get all those responses before our next meeting on Wednesday, so that on Wednesday we are able to confirm if members have received the responses that they want to get. But I'm doing this so that it's not like I've just on one proposal made it the way to go and suppressing any other view, if there's any. Any comment at this point, so that if not, I'm able to get back to track with regard to the department, so that the Deputy Minister Sibia would be able to speak briefly before it gets to the emergency that is indicated. To me, it's been in the platform from the beginning of the meeting. as sent. Any comment, honorable members, that I may be leaving ourselves behind? So then there's no
Honorable Chair.
urgency at this point.
Honorable Chair, unfortunately, I'm not able to raise my hand here.
Also,
the gadget does not allow me to raise my hand.
Yes.
Then, if I may, through your permission, that if we may request time that is more than that, members would remember that for this week and the last week, in fact, almost this entire month, the ministry is currently busy with reconstituting the sitters in terms of the accounting authorities, the chairpersons, and there is as well as the appointment of new CEOs. And therefore, this coming Wednesday, for fully fledged information to be available might be a challenge. So if we may request just the chair just to give us a time that is further than the coming Wednesday. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, maybe you need to assist the committee because the time frames must be agreed so that we are able to hold you to that time frame.
Yes.
What do you understand to be the time frame, especially because we have those that have responded, which you presented, and members may have questions even on those.
Yes, if we can just be given 2 weeks to do that, Chair, for the full complement of the sitters together with those that are under administration. Thanks, Chair. Especially those that are under administration are the ones that are carrying the crucial information. I'm relating to LG SITA, construction SITA, and services SITA. 2 weeks will be reasonable, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable members, I'm sure you hear that, so that we don't get a bit info. But it doesn't stop you from raising the questions, especially on those that you have received, pending the ones that will still receive. I think we should leave it at that, it being a workshop in that way. We're not about to make a decision now on the sitters and the NSF. Having said so, as I said, we'll then go back to track. We'll release those that must go and account to the Auditor General so that the meeting should not be the reason that there was no accountability because there was no time to do so. So we'd release them in that way, skills fund, and get to back to employment and labor. I'm not sure if the Deputy Minister still with us on the platform. I'm struggling with the gadgets that I'm using. I'm using two at a go to try and balance being in the meeting.
Yes,
so
Chair, I'm still in a meeting.
Able to see properly on my side. DM, if you are able to hear me, I was
yes,
just
I
saying
can.
Given the emergency, you've indicated that we should still be able to give you the space for honoring to come and support your team. And we know that the presentations will be done by the entities in that score. What to you?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you, Chair, and the members of the Portfolio Committee, the department officials and other officials from Trade and Industry, Chair. And I think we had other officials who are coming from CITAS. Chair, thank you for an opportunity. Yes, indeed, Chair, I have a bit of an emergency that I need to attend to, but I'm part of this meeting, and we appreciate that there is this workshop that is taking place, which is very critical, Chairperson. Chair, last week on that was Wednesday, on the 12th of November. Minister of Finance as well presented the 2025 medium-term budget policy statement. And yesterday, the Deputy President of the Republic opened the G20 Social Summit in Gauteng, where, amongst others, Chair, he said, as we engage in discussions in the upcoming days, we must remember the millions of lives at stake, billions of life at stake, the aspirations of unborn children, and our profound responsibility to leave behind a world that surpasses the world that we inherited. So we must create a better world than a world that we inherited. Our children must inherit a better world. Presenting the MTB PS, Minister of Finance said, a key priority is to foster economic growth and attract critical investments that are essential for job creation and improving the overall quality of life for all citizens. The 2025 third quarter labor force survey by Statistics South Africa, among others, highlights the following: that the unemployment rate decreased from 32.9% in the second quarter of the year to 31.9%, which is currently. The decrease is 1.3 percentage point. This percentage means the number of employed persons in our country are currently sitting at 17.1 million. This is a number that, when compared, that has increased by 248,000 in quarter 3 when compared to quarter 2 of this year. These figures tell us that let us vigorously consolidate in areas where we are doing good. Honorable members, I have no doubt that the work that is done by government in terms of both job preservation and job creation has the contribution in what has been realized and released by State South Africa on Tuesday. Last week, from the government side in general, and from the Department of Employment and Labor in particular, we depart from at least two premises. The first premise one is that it is crucial to include saving of jobs in our job creation efforts. We need to strike that balance. While we create jobs, but we must also save some of the jobs. So when companies find themselves in distress, the likelihood, Chair, is that they will retrench workers. Retrenching workers means loss of jobs, which we can't afford. So it will always be costly contradiction if we just watch the jobs being lost while we are trying to create more jobs as the department. The second premise we depart from is the need to make contribution towards economic upward, inclusive economic trajectory. The more you keep companies afloat, they maintain the number of workers they have. And at some point, they even increase the number of employees who who manufacture goods and provide services that go a long way into contributing to the GDP of the country. Chairperson, we are finding that the number of businesses in distress is increasing by the day. There is an upswing in relationship to business that are coming up front and telling stories of their shaky situations. There is no doubt that where big employers in particular implement large-scale retrenchments, the impact is felt on the ground largely, and its ripple effects are far-reaching. CCMA will share with you, Chair, and the committee, the number of companies that have approached them. They will tell us that currently they have a backlog given the application that they are receiving as you are perfectly aware that Section 189A of Labour Relations Act is practically translated by CCMA. One of our fortunate situations that we find ourselves in is that as far back as in 2009, the department and its entities came up with temporary employer-employee relief scheme, which is TERS, which we all know. TERS originate from the NETLEC framework agreement of February 2009. As the country was looking for a response to a global economic crisis, it is a scheme that was reaffirmed during the Presidential Job Summit. We know TERS in general, but CCMA, UIF will be able to share much information about it in the context of companies in distress. Part of the CCMA is going to present in this workshop is that retrenchments that are occasioned by economic reasons amount to 84%. Those that are induced by technological advancement make 3%, making the issue of fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence, and those sorts of matters issues that must occupy our agenda as a country and parliament as well as the department in search of sustainable solutions, because the future of work is indeed changing. Transformational breakthrough, particularly in generative artificial intelligence, are reshaping industries and tasks across all sectors. Technological related roles are the fastest growing jobs around the globe. On average, workers can expect that 39% of their skill sets will be transformed or become outdated over the 2025-2030 period, between 2025 and 2030 period, which is just 5 years from now. Given this evolving skills demand, the whole issue of upskilling and reskilling cannot be overemphasized. It is necessary. And as much as private sector needs to ensure that the issue of training and skills acquisition is attended in a more serious and focused manner, but government cannot watch and wait. Hence, departments and public agencies must be active in this space in a meaningful manner. How do we keep those who are at work continue to be relevant in their jobs now and in the future? That is what we need to pay attention to whilst we are finding sustainable measures of absorbing the unemployed persons. Labor Activation Program, which is housed in the Unemployment Insurance Fund, is making contribution into both preservation of jobs and the creation of jobs. Fortunately, the Portfolio Committee has just had a workshop on LAB, where the Department of Employment and Labor went into LAB origins and the current state of LAB, as well as some of its other legs, which will be TERS and business turnaround and recovery programs, the BTNR. TERS, Chair, is an effective... My apologies, Chair. TERS, Chair, is an effective intervention, and it could easily be improved only if compliance with regard to audited financial statements can be swiftly received from those companies that make applications. Secondly, companies must make their UIF contributions, and they must ensure that their books are in order in terms of that. It is paining to receive applications from companies that are not contributing to the insurance. And when they are in distress, they then want the insurance to bail them out. It is paining because companies are made of workers who are often not the ones who are at fault when UIF has never received their contribution. Their employers are the ones who are at fault. And this is a serious challenge that we are faced with, where companies, Chair, don't contribute to UIF, but when they are under distress, they expect UIF to rescue them. But beyond that, they are compromising workers because it means they are not complying with our labor laws as the Republic. And it's part of the work that we are intensifying in terms of our inspection and enforcement work that we do as the department. Productivity SA will be able to take you through, Chair, in terms of another program, which is called BTNR, the Business Turnaround and Recovery Program, which also has its origins in the declaration of the Presidential Job Summit and focuses on the prevention of job losses and increasing employment. BTNR provides support to enterprises facing economic distress and initiatives of schemes aimed at minimizing the retrenchments of employees or
Chair, am I the only person who doesn't hear the TM?
In fact, I was opening up to ask the same, whether it's because of my problems of network. I can't hear you, but I see it. I'm not sure if we lost him completely. The Minister, it seems we have lost him. Deputy Minister? It seems we have lost him. Am I audible, members?
Yes.
Good morning, Chair. Audible, Chair.
Yeah, so it seems
Today there's a problem, man.
I think
there is a connectivity issue.
Yes, I think we've lost the TM. But I take it that he was almost concluding, having spoken to the two entities, and was now on the third one, productivity essay.
No, TM is on the platform.
Is on the platform?
Yeah. And he touched it. The mic is off, but it's on the platform. It's gone out now. Yeah, no, it's still here.
Yeah, I'm sure he's back now. But I was like saying is to conclude, Honorable DM. Yeah, it seems the connectivity is a problem. Today, I would not say further than that. But just to say it seems it's a problem. Can we then, in that way, to maximize our time, that at least we do get to the presentations? I will on these ones be a bit strict with time, because members, at least on these ones, they got them. I was a bit flexible with the first one, because that presentation in the main came this morning, having received a wrong one. So I thought part of it is for members to really catch the pace by allowing a bit of time. So with these ones having been received, please and try and make it a point that you really focus on certain points in the 20 minutes that you're given. Can we get to productivity, South Africa?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm Amelia Naidu. I'm the acting CEO from Productivity SA. If you allow me to switch off my camera, please.
You're allowed, can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee, our Honorable DM, as well as acting DG and members that are on this platform. I am joined today with the Executive Manager of the Business Turnaround Recovery Program, which is Mr. Justice Chiflaro, and I'm going to allow him to actually take over the presentation just after I do the initial. We are taking it as if the presentation is also read, but this is a workshop, so we want to go into the salient points as you've raised. I'm just going to go through Productivity SA just very briefly. You can move slide. Okay, I'm going to continue while the person is trying to move slide. So Productivity SA is established in terms of the Employment Services Act, and that's specifically for those that are not familiar with us, but we are an entity of Department of Employment and Labor, and we have this mandate. You can move slide. We have this mandate of to fulfill economic and social aspects of government, or the mandate of government, which is to promote employment growth and productivity, thereby contributing to South Africa's socio-economic development and competitiveness. As you can see, our vision is to lead and inspire productive and competitive South Africa. But just very briefly, why is productivity important? And, in business itself, and this is to translate to how does it contribute to saving jobs as well as job creation. But within the business environment, and specifically in today's economic climate, productivity is the difference between survival and closure. And this is key component, when companies improve productivity, they reduce their costs, they improve their quality, and they become more resilient to the pressures that, and obviously the pressures of energy constraints and rising input costs and global competition actually, provides as well. So these very issues are driving these companies into distress. And through our business turnaround recovery program, which we're going to be presenting today, we actually intervene, early to stabilize such companies. You can move to the next slide. We actually go about doing this, by diagnosing the operational and the financial issues within businesses and try to rebuild the capacity within. So you can see our core functions, and one of the areas that we're focusing on today is C, which is supporting initiatives aimed at preventing job losses through the Business Turnaround Recovery Program. Now, the other functions that we do have, which is promoting a culture of productivity as well as facilitating and evaluating productivity improvement and competencies in the workplace, is also important because this is through our SMME type of support. So you will hear a little bit about the types of interventions we have, but the reality is now it's about how do we make an impact? How do we go about diagnosing? How do we ensure that these businesses, can the work that directly prevents avoidable closures and saves the jobs ultimately, and that would have been lost. And this could be due to inefficiencies and the lack of the demand. So productivity is also a job creation strategy, and it really helps companies grow. When businesses become competitive, profitable, and are able to expand, they can hire more people. So the economy creates sustainable jobs in an unproductive no economy can create sustainable jobs in an unproductive firm. But our national employment prospects are therefore directly linked to our ability to lift productivity across all sectors. So if you can move to the next slide. Our interventions actually cut across the business life cycle. So from the emerging sector to your stable businesses to the companies that hit that point of decline. We of course don't want it to be in a distressed state, but this is what we're speaking about today as well. So our intervention has previously presented as well is very much a proactive approach, because productivity stabilizes companies in distress. It secures existing jobs and it enables new jobs, through business growth. So I'm going to hand over to the Executive Manager of Business Turnaround Recovery to take over the presentation. Thank you, Justice.
Thank you, Chairperson and members of committees and all who are participating. I'll switch off my camera for connectivity's sake. We have prepared this presentation based on the brief that we have received. Among the things that were required was to highlight what are the factors that causes business distress. For the sake of time, I will be short, considering that the presentation has been handed a while ago. The factors for business decline comes in two facets. There are
internal causes of business decline, which is largely things within the enterprise control. These levers are well within the enterprise control. These are the things that have been mentioned in green. However, there are also external factors that can trigger business distress, even though they are not necessarily directly under the control of the businesses, they still trigger distress. I mean, if we just look at what COVID did, I mean, we'll all appreciate that indeed there are factors externally that does that. If we move over to the next slide, please. Organizations by their nature are living organisms, so which means they get started and along the way some do perish. So basically when we're talking about business turnaround, we're looking at how can we strengthen the viability of businesses that we have within our economy. I think the Deputy Minister highlighted that it's very important to preserve existing jobs, because if we just focus on job creation and neglect jobs that are already there, then we'll actually be missing the mark, which means the kind of solutions that we bring are like compared to medical services that human beings receive in order to have quality of life going forward. So in our environment, of course, energy availability have been an issue in the years gone by. It has improved somewhat, but it has come with increased energy costs, and the geopolitics also plays a role, particularly in relation to tariffs that various economy can actually put in place that affects particularly those who export their goods and services. Next slide. Here we are highlighting the interventions that we have done through the business turnaround and recovery throughout South Africa since the COVID times. We can clearly see that where we have intervened, which we have intervened in 346 businesses, we were able to preserve over 34,000 jobs. And over and above those jobs that were saved, these businesses were able to create over 3,000 jobs, over and above the jobs that are preserved. So this talks about the effectiveness of the business turnaround and recovery as an instrument for job preservation, because it goes there to minimize and try to avoid job losses. But in certain instances, we are seeing that once those businesses are stabilized, they are able to grow and actually even grow employment as well. Next slide. This is just a breakdown in terms of provinces with regard to jobs returned. Because of time, I won't delve into that. Let's move to the next one. Here you have a picture of the sectors where we've intervened in the period since 2020. You will see that by and large, manufacturing sector is the one that is facing the wrath of the distress, though it does happen in other sectors as well. As you can see, that 28% of where we've intervened are companies within the manufacturing sector in its various subsectors. Next slide. So it's just a breakdown in terms of districts where these projects have been implemented by business turnaround, which I won't delve into. I believe you have read through that. Next one. So the business turnaround and recovery has its origin, as the Deputy Minister indicated, from a presidential job summit as early as 2008, and it has been supported by all the presidential job summit that came thereafter, the latest one being the one that took place in 2018. It provides support to enterprises facing economic distress, aim at minimizing the retrenchment of employees or at best preventing job losses as enshrined within Employment Services Act Section 32G. It seeks to inspire enterprises to be more vigilant about job retention to mitigate a decline in performance or productivity that may lead to job losses. So it comes in a form of non-financial assistance. These are interventions. So basically it's the development and implementation of turnaround strategies for the preservation of jobs and for strengthening the long-term sustainability of the businesses that are in distress. So the impact is have socio-economic benefits overall. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is the criteria which I think the Deputy Minister touched on. We only assist companies that are in compliance with UIF. This is the process that we follow from the beginning to the end. When we get the company on board, we work with both management and workers within that particular company in diagnosing what the challenges are, what are the root causes, and coming up with strategies that we can put in place to mitigate the decline, which we implement over a period of time together with those stakeholders within the business. Next slide. Next, I've touched on this one already. This talks about the kind of turnaround strategies that we are actually talking about depending on the diagnosis that have been performed in the companies that are in distress. So basically when companies apply for business turnaround and recovery, they submit their financial statements where we're able to do financial assessments. Number one, to detect whether indeed there's signs of decline or distress. And we also use the financials to see whether there's prospect for turnaround within those particular businesses, while we are checking compliance as well with the UIF at the same time. Once we are satisfied that there is, we are able to create a forum that we call a future forum that looks at the future sustainability of that business, made up of management and workers that we work with throughout the life cycle of these projects to diagnose the problem, come up with the strategy that we implement over a period of time. Strategies as informed by diagnosis itself can have to do with cost reduction. It can be able to do with revenue generation, repositioning strategy. But ultimately, at the end of the day, is to improve long-term sustainability of that business, because only if companies remain profitable can they be able to preserve jobs and to grow and create even more jobs. Next slide. This just shows the business life cycle as we have indicated initially, that companies go through this life cycle. This one looks more like a normal curve, but it doesn't have to follow a bell curve. It can even be a V. So companies can actually fall in decline at any stage during their life cycle. So we are able to intervene whenever distress hits businesses. Next slide. The next set of slides just shows you the kind of liquidations that are happening in South Africa. This particular graph is showing you from 2015, focusing on the January period. You can be able to see that indeed there is a high level of businesses that are actually getting liquidated on a regular basis. Even the following graphs from States SA actually show that particular respect. The next graphs, please. This shows you those ones that are compulsory and the ones that are voluntary, even going to the breakdown of the sectors for January to September 2025, September 2024, August 2025 as well, to just give details as requested by the brief. But overall, you will see that we are just under 2,000 companies that gets liquidated on an annual basis within South Africa. So we do have a serious challenge of businesses that are disappearing, which means jobs are also disappearing along with these businesses. Next slide. This one I've touched on already. These are some of the limitations with the business turnaround and recovery interventions that the funding agreements over the period have tended to take much longer, which means we have lost certain periods where we should have been actually making difference, and even the disbursements of tranches do tend to get delayed, which also slowed the implementation of the interventions. And of course, companies that don't comply with the UIF, those we cannot be able to assist. Next one. The business turnaround as it currently stands, Chair and members, it's a voluntary scheme. So which means it's only companies who are willing to actually participate in this program that go through it. What we've done, which have also assisted in increasing its footprint, was to link it with the temporary employer-employee relief scheme, where those businesses who are looking for wage subsidy have to implement business turnaround and recovery, so that while they are being assisted with the financial challenges, thorough analysis of their distress can be done and proper strategies put in place so that they can actually be established. So we are saying that if companies that go through Section 189, if they can also consider implementation of turnaround before they move to retrenchment of employees, it could be a welcome move, members. The funding agreement that you have also is limited for a period of 3 years, which gets renewed over that period of time. We believe if it's a longer period, like 5 years, that actually enhances the business continuity, therefore, and the effectiveness of the program, and avoid the kind of delays that we've faced over time. Thank you very much. This is our submission as Productivity South Africa.
CMA.
Good morning, Chairperson. And good morning to the Deputy Minister, the members of the committee. Chairperson, I'm Cameron Murajana, Director CCMA. I'm with Bong Musa Kumalo and Umbumalelo Ngconco. Umbumalelo Ngconco will be, Bong Musa Kumalo will be taking us through, who's the National Senior Commissioner on Dispute Resolution. They will be taking us through the presentation with your permission, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mdongwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members. Thank you, Director. With your leave, Chair, may I please switch off my camera? Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thanks very much, Chair and honorable members. I think it's proper that I begin by briefly outlining the legislative framework within which Section 189 and 189A operates before I delve into my slides. Chair, I'm sure as honorable members, they know that Section 189 covers all the retrenchments, big and small, individual or mass retrenchment. And by contrast, Section 189A deals with large-scale retrenchments only. So the provisions of 189A exempt employers who are employing fewer than 50 employees from its provision. But for those employers who employ 50 plus, it provides what I call a graduated scale of application, obviously depending on how big the workplace is and what proportion of it the employer is proposing to retrench. What the law has done, Chair and other members, it has given large-scale retrenchment a special treatment in the sense that it recognizes that the impact of these job losses is huge on employees' lives, obviously, as well as dependence of those employees who ply their trade in various workplaces. Now, it interposes compulsory felicitation by the CCMA, either request by the employer or parties, they come together to request us to intervene. Section 198, I think further goes beyond the what we call general obligations, which are already imposes on Section 189. So that when we enter the fray, we enter the fray at the time the employer is contemplating to retrench. So that process, once we intervene, we ensure that the consultation is conducted in a meaningfully joint consensus process. Why we do that? So that we make sure that we reach consensus by engaging the parties, obviously, to avoid, to minimize even the potentially retrenchment. Now, Chair, let me turn to slide 3. I take note that you said we need just to highlight the salient points. I may give certain information just for emphasis. Now, slide 3, Chair, what it does, it highlights the total number of referrals received, as you see, Chair, from the 1st of April 2025 to the date of September 2025, which is sitting at 206. These referrals relate to 24,929 employees likely to be retrenched. You'll see, Chair, from slide 3 that the total retrenchment recorded from this period were 11,000. 523, which are 46%. But what is important is the number of jobs that we save through our intervention, which is 12,923, which accounts for 52%. You'll see that the remaining 2% variance correspond to termination unrelated to retrenchment. Now, turning to slide 4. Slide 4, it presents the breakdown of the reasons for retrenchments. You'll see, Chair, from the slide, it's quite evident that the 3 primary cause of retrenchment are economic, structural changes, and loss of contract. So economic reasons include a withdrawal of the US aid funding, business closures, and loss of contract, though they account for 157 referral. Now, slide 5 illustrates, slide 5, the sectors from which the majority of referrals originate. The mining sector, Chair, from this slide is the highest contributor. Is accounting for 19%, followed by manufacturing. You'll see that it's sitting at 13%. And then the combined transport, food and beverages, they are at 8%. Now, slide 6. Slide 6, Chair, it's emphasizing the reasons for retrenchment. Sometimes when you get in, the reason they may evolve as the retrenchment process progresses. Sometimes the combination of factors is both economic and structural. And now let's move to slide 7. I'm moving quickly, Chair, because of time. Slide 7, Chair, it highlights the current stats of referrals that are still in process. You'll see it, Chair, from the slide, there are 111 referrals, which is affecting a total of 16,227 employees who are likely to be retrenched. Slide 8. Slide 8 provides the percentage relating to the reasons for retrenchment. You'll see, Chair, that economic reasons that at the top, then it comes the technologically and structural and other similar needs. Now, that is as far, Chair, as the last retrenchment is concerned. Now, let's turn to TERS. We know that TERS is meant to support businesses that are in distress. Slide 10, please. The scheme, Chair, was originally launched, as a response to South Africa's economic crisis, tracing its origin to the Network Framework Agreement of February. Move please to 2009. And it was then subsequently reaffirmed during the 2018 the Job Summit. where there was a renewed move piece of focus on job retention and job creation. So the administration of test check, it's administered by the CCMA through a committee which is called a single adjudication committee. Now, slide 11, you'll see, Chair, that from April 2019 to March 2025, the scheme received a total of 550 applications there at the bottom left, 550 application. Of those, Chair, you'll see that 336 were considered by the Single Adjudication Committee, with 139 recommended and 142 not recommended. A total of 26,420 employees benefited from the scheme. You'll see with the overall expenditure of 1.9 billion. You'll see, Chair, that it's helping workers where the business, they are facing the distress from these numbers. 26,420 employees benefited from the scheme. Slide 12. So slide 12, from April 2025, there's been a surge in the number of application. I think this increase share is partly attributable to the fact that the Minister of Employment and Labour has been marketing, making awareness through various platforms, saying to companies that as a viable alternative to retrenchment, they must come and apply to tests. And furthermore, all our specialized commissioners who are facilitators, they always encourage those companies who are facing one closure, that as alternative, they should apply to tests to see whether they'll be considered. I think based on those awareness, we have seen the surge of companies coming to us to apply in order to save jobs and to help those companies who are financially in distress. Now, slide 13. Slide 13, Chair, you will see that from April 2019 to year date, the total number of employees who have benefited from tests stand at 33,058. The next slide, slide 14. Slide 14 is dealing about the application that have been finalized. Some of them are still awaiting a calculation from the UIF. You'll see, Chair, from the slide, the average time taken by the UIF to determine these calculations. Because there is to and fro engagement with sort of these companies to get a proper number of how many employees are affected, the correct number. From there, then they come up with the calculations. Now, slide 15, Chair, it's mainly to highlight the reasons why certain applications are not recommended. You will see, Chair, that the number of reasons, sometimes because of the absence of evidence, either financial documents that are required, sometimes they are unable to persuade the committee about the operational and employee who are in distress, sometimes a combination of factors. So slide 15, it highlights the reasons why certain applications are not considered. But what we would do, even when they're not considered, we go the extra mile just to explain to them why the applications were not considered, so that they correct whatever we have raised them during those meetings. Slide 16, Chair, it's many talks about the conversion rate of application that were considered vis-a-vis the one that were recommended. Slide 17. Slide 17, these are the applications that were recommended, obviously, where Predictive SA intervened. Then slide 18 and 19, Chair, it deals some of the companies that have been assisted. You know, some of these companies where it attracted substantial media attention. So these are the companies, some of them that they were assisted. South African Airways, Post Office, Sianda, AMSA. Some of them are still dealing with it, like the Daybreak Foods. The outcome is still pending. Some of the applications, like the Pick and Pay, they were not recommended. The Glencore, the company still need to submit what was still outstanding. Kapa Mining, the company is to submit or detect financial statement ending June and 25. So, Chair, we're trying to pick up some of these companies who made attention so that you will know and remember where we are, what's happening with those. So then slide 20 and 21, what it does, just provide you the sectoral and the provisional breakdown of the application. You will see that in slide 21, Gauteng is leading, 59 application, followed by KZN, 21, Eastern Cape is 14, Western Cape 11, Mpumalanga 9, and the lowest being the Free State and Northern Cape, each 4, and then the Limpopo and Northwest, each recorded at 2. So this is the breakdown from the application we have received from various provinces. Then slide 22 and 23, which are my last slides, Chair. They highlight the challenges that we've encountered, like sometimes the non-compliance with regard to the financials, delays sometimes in providing tax allowance calculation, the backlog due to the increased number of applications as a result of the awareness that is being made daily. There are also issue of the capacity, it's like 23. And sometimes the availability of committee members, where sometimes they are engaged in other meetings. We've also experienced issue of double dipping. Sometimes the application they are repeated. The application and the absence of the appeal process. But we know in this regard there's engagement between the ministry and the director on the issue of the term of reference. So that if, for whatever reasons, companies are aggrieved by the decision made by the committee where an application is not recommended, at least afforded the right to appeal. So those are the challenges, Chair, that we have explained. Thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you, Chair and other members.
Thank you, CMA. We'll now take the UI.
No, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I think from the UIF side, a number of issues that we were going to cover in the presentation have been somewhat covered by the colleagues on the call, so we wouldn't necessarily repeat those. If we can just go to slide 1, I'll try to be as quick as possible, given the fact that a lot of ground has been covered. Chair, on the next slide. Chair, just to indicate that we tried to respond to the issues that the committee has raised. The next slide, please. Here we are just reiterating that the UIF enters this particular discussion of businesses in distress through the labor activation program. And the aim of that program is to save jobs, to assist struggling companies to come out of distress. And we do that to also prevent workers from becoming unemployed. The two programs of the labor activation program that are specifically targeted at dealing with companies in distress, the preservation of jobs, which we do through the temporary employer-employee scheme that we do in partnership with the CCMA, and of course the business turnaround recovery program that we do in partnership with Productivity SA. And as I've highlighted already, that the goal is to avoid job losses, to improve business stability, and also to ensure the sustainability of the fund, which is premised on profitable businesses that are contributing to the economy in a more sustainable manner. Slide 5, please. Right. We were also asked to reflect on why the interventions that we do are important. Chair, I've already indicated our first issue of concern is job losses, that we prevent those. And we know that we can only do that when we work with sustainable businesses. And we are highlighting here that when businesses fail and workers lose their income, helping companies recover would assist
in preventing mass retrenchments and protecting worker livelihoods. And we also are saying that it's not just a mandate that we do, it is also important for the sustainability of the fund, because when we assist distressed businesses early, that will ensure that eventually there are no large scale payouts that are required, and then that help keeps the fund in a sustainable state. And you would have heard that a number of presentations that came before us, that a couple of these institutions are dependent on financial support from the UIF. So keeping the fund in a healthy financial state is important for broad interventions on supporting companies that are in distress. Next slide. We were also asked to reflect on what causes business failures. My colleagues on the platform have already indicated those. What we are indicating here is just the issues already highlighted, really, that it's important that we do what we do to keep companies operating, maintain supply chains operating in South Africa, especially productive supply chains, to stabilize economies, including local economies, preserve our industrial capability, and also supporting small and medium enterprises. Those are the kind of things that we would be looking for when we even are looking at some of the requests that will come via the UIF to see that they are addressing these issues that we are highlighting here in the support of companies to turn around. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Already mentioned, Chair, we were also asked to reflect on causes of business distress. Colleagues have already mentioned economic circumstances outside the business and those inside the business. We just delving slightly into more micro level to just indicate that there are instances where businesses go into distress because of poor management. They go into distress because of cash flow constraints, market shifts, and productivity challenges, as it has already been mentioned. Just from the list that was presented right now by CCMA, I'm sure members could see some of those companies who would have been in distress because they did not adequately direct funds to equip their enterprises so that they keep maintaining their competitive position, but got a little bit comfortable, and when market forces shifted, they had difficulties adapting to those shifts. And so in most instances, beyond just the issue of the external economic circumstances, it's really a management team sometimes not keeping the eye on the ball to make sure that operational efficiency is maintained, that better financial controls are put in place, and that they reposition enterprises strategically, even in new markets. And this one has become quite important when we're seeing a number of countries closing their markets, in part because there has been a growing protectionist sentiment across the world. And if a company is used to just producing for one particular market and has not put in place any process of diversifying from that market, that can really be a fatal state of affairs for that company. company. So when we work, including with Productivity South Africa, on the turnaround process, one of the key issues is this repositioning companies strategically to enter new markets, and then also with the work that the DTIC is doing now to help assist companies to take advantage of the continental free trade area, an increasingly new market for South African companies that have largely looked in other continents outside of the African continent for markets, especially important at a time where the world markets are closing up, as I said, because of the various issues that different countries are now dealing with. So our area here of concern is that companies that come out of any turnaround process should become healthy companies that will contribute to a stronger national economy. Next slide. So we just indicate here, as I indicated, that there are two ways that we deal with this. It is through the TERS that is administered via CCMA. What we are indicating here are some of the entry or the eligibility requirements for participation. And that employers are required to cover social contributions of their employees, and that the TERS allowance is put in place to give fiscal or financial space for companies to be able to engage in the turnaround they need to engage in. And there, the big thing is that that turnaround must result in those employees still continuing to be employed in the companies that benefit from the scheme. Next slide. Next slide. I think this has been covered even through the CCMA. Next slide. Next slide. Here we just indicating some of the companies that we had contracted in the previous financial year. We are also sharing with the committee the values aligned to the support and the number of workers that were assisted. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, just a list of those companies, and you're going to see that there will be a correlation between the list that you would have received from the CCMA, the list that you would have received from Productivity SA, as we are partnering with them on these interventions. Next slide. Next slide. I've already spoken to this. Okay, and then what we are indicating, Chairperson, is that as regards our challenges, in the slide that deals with the challenges, that will be slide number 34. As regard the challenges, that the biggest issue is with regards to non-compliance to the UIF requirements by employers that are applying. Of course, that creates a barrier to access, because the requirement is that they do need to be part of the contributing community towards the UIF. And the issue with the business turnaround and recovery program, the biggest issue is that the companies come too late to be able to really benefit from the support that can be provided through those programs, and that delayed uptake just undermines the ability of the uptake process to be as effective as it could be. Next slide. Right. I think my colleagues from both Productivity South Africa and CCMA have already indicated sectors in which companies that are assisted are coming from. We are just reiterating that. And then if we can go to slide number 38. Chair, on the policy and legislative inputs, we were requested to reflect on what could be the areas where we could be assisted in order to address the issue of supporting businesses in distress. The first that we would ask, and I think the main request, is around local procurement. It is important that businesses have orders in order for businesses to have longevity. There's no financial support that will be sufficient to provide to a business that doesn't have a reason to be. And we are saying that as markets are drying up across the world, that it is important that this matter of local procurement and also of supporting companies procuring locally manufactured goods really comes to the fore. The issue of protecting our local market against unfair competition, because it is that unfair competition that puts even healthy businesses into a predicament that is also looked into. That at the time where the fiscus is tight and companies are needing to invest to improve their competitiveness, we're asking for the committee to also assist in the call for investment support to enterprises to not dry out, that government adopts a counter-cyclical approach to supporting enterprises so that they are able to invest in activities that will help enhance their competitiveness. And again, just reiterating the procurement message that across all of government, including state-owned entities, that government must prioritize jobs in South Africa, and they must do so through procuring goods that are produced in South Africa. If we are able to at least crack the market through what government can do, and also in partnership with the private sector, a number of these companies that are facing import competition, in most instances unfair import competition, in that they are assisted in the markets from where they come, and our companies are unable to receive the same level of support, that if government prioritizes buying locally, it will deal with a large chunk of the problems that we have to resolve for relating to businesses that are in distress. I think, Chair, that would then bring us to the end of our presentation, and I thank you.
Thank you, EY. That's within the timelines. Can we then get to the next presentation? I think that would be IC. Do we have a presenter from the IDC or DTIC?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Justice Ngwenya, the Acting DDG for Industrial Financing within the DTIC. With me, I'm with colleagues from NEF and IDC, as well as from DTIC. I will ask Ms. Vasha to take the committee through the presentation. Chair, if you allow me to switch off my camera so that to improve the bandwidth.
Committed. Thank you. Can proceed.
Thank you, Chair.
I just need sharing rights to share the presentation, Chair.
I was told that actually it's not Miss Mavinisa, but it's David. So, David, if you can assist with that.
Good day, Chair. Yes, I've done so, Chair.
Thank you.
So I'll take you all through the presentation, and it will be a joint presentation by the DTIC, the IDC, and the NEF. My colleagues from the IDC and NEF will come in after the first part of the presentation. So we'll be talking about the contents of the presentation. We'll look at first, provide a brief introduction, the causes of business distress, the impact on South Africa. Then it looks at the scale of the problem, the forecasts and trends, and then interventions, challenges, and proposed solutions by the NEF. And it will be followed by interventions, challenges, and proposed solutions by the IDC. So the first slide just goes into basically what is a distressed business, and essentially can't meet its financial obligations. It looks at the key indicators such as liquidity, excessive debt, and an inability to secure funding. And then it talks about the endogenous and exogenous factors that drives business distress. So if we then zone in onto causes, and much of this has already been covered, but just as a quick overview, the first is the macroeconomic and things like the rand volatility, your global trade disruptions, and energy and logistics. Then the structural and institutional, such as crime, regulatory uncertainty, the selected sector specific in terms of manufacturing, for example, your import competition, and then your firm level, which will include things like poor market understanding, over leverage, balance sheets, etc. Now, what impact has this had, or have we seen? Firstly, the slow economic growth, which has resulted in reduced tax revenue, limited investment and innovation, supply chain disruptions, job losses leading to higher poverty, and loss of community services. The scale of the problem, in the sense that from 2000, there's been 70,000 liquidations. This has had huge impact on employment, with formal non-agriculture employment shrinking by 229,000 from June 2024 to June 2025. Then there's business failures, with 5,000 firms entering distress proceedings in 2024-2025. The missed opportunities, with a 20 to 30% of manufacturing capacity being underutilized. And then the socioeconomic ripple effects, which is the increased inequality and high unemployment for the youth. Some of the companies which have already been in the media includes the Goodyear, Mattel, Ford Motor Company, and Glencore. And then the forecast and trends, so assuming the current trend of distressed businesses and a baseline growth of 1 to 2% annually, we're going to see this trend worsening into 2030, with 30% of SMMEs risking failure by then. And there would be, however, green shoots in digital adoption and resilient sectors like renewables. I'm going to hand over to the NEF now to present their slides.
Thank you, Vasha. Good morning, Chair and Committee. Andile Stemele here from the NEF. I won't go too far into an introduction of the NEF, but suffice to say, our mandate being exclusively focused on Black entrepreneurs puts us in a unique position where the historical context of under-collateralization comes to stark focus when transactions do go into distress. As a DFI, we're probably one of the few who specifically focus on looking for startup businesses, which by their nature already carry a higher level of risk. Our balance sheet so far allows us, whilst we're looking at a loan book of around 3 billion rand, the bulk of that, probably about 90% of our balance sheet, is in repayable loans. And I'll give you some context as we go through as to what that means when market shocks happen to some of our businesses. Next slide, Vash. Currently, we're sitting with a book of around 400 clients, and whilst we've reduced the number of clients that have been in distress in the last quarter, down from about 200 to 183, this still represents quite a bit of risk for us as the NEF. Of the 183 clients that have 90 days plus arrears, which is, the main sign of distress as categorized by the accounting standards which we adhere to, only about 70 of those have been handed over to our legal department. Effectively, for us, it's not about giving up on our clients and closing the door and handing over to liquidators to chase the recovery, but rather to see how we can turn some of these businesses around and put them back to a state of health. Next slide. So some challenges that we were faced with, I think, firstly, understanding, I suppose, that when we go back to Economics 101, limited resources chasing unlimited needs, is very true and probably truest for organizations like DFIs. We obviously then have to make strategic decisions as to how we allocate our capital, including how we mitigate against risk up front, but also how we then provide assistance on the back end should the businesses end up in a position of distress. And we look at a number of different options in considering how to assist businesses in distress, which includes raising capital where possible from third-party sources, but obviously understanding that the ability to raise such capital is very limited because private entities are not likely to make available at-risk capital for businesses that do end up being in distress. So we have to work very closely with our partners in government, but also in business, to try and find some kind of concessionary funding to be made available for businesses in distress. Next slide. We've also adopted a credit risk strategy that focuses on, having a dedicated portion of our book that is targeted at the healthier sectors out there. However, this is not the majority of our business. In line with the MTDP, our focus has to be counter-cyclical by nature, which means we go where probably commercial banks and the likes wouldn't dare, given the current economic focus. That means playing in sectors like agriculture, like manufacturing, which require considerable more risk appetite in order to do so. And it's important to note that our entrepreneurs, by their nature, I think, coming to our book already from a position of being under-collateralized. So what we do is we look quite closely at how our entrepreneurs' risk profile leads to potential, indicators of future distress. Of these, I won't touch on all of them, but credit risk record is important for us to at least understand the nature of how the client handles their debts, especially during hard times. So it's not to close the door, but rather to say, are you proactively managing where you may have a judgment or two with other historical creditors, and how is that relationship being managed? We look at the business experience, of course, of the entrepreneurs. It's important to also understand their track record. Failing at one or two businesses is probably just as good an indicator as an entrepreneur who has never come across difficulties within their business lives. And then also understanding that those entrepreneurs with multiple businesses, whilst our investment in one business may seemingly look like a healthy business, because they have multiple businesses in multiple sectors, you almost inherit risk unwittingly, where entrepreneurs may end up cross-subsidizing from the healthy business and putting both businesses at risk. So these are just some of the trends that we look out for. Next slide, Vasha. On top of the entrepreneurial challenges, I think the market challenges are very important for us to understand. A lot of Black businesses, I think, do not have adequate resources to traverse market downturns. So if you consider the economy where it has been, I think probably in the last decade, this depressed growth, I think, hits more starkly or more sharply for businesses that tend to take on more debt because of a lack of own contribution or lack of substantial own contribution, and end up being really at the whim of changes in things like interest rates or growth or market shocks. Secondary to this is some sectors, by their nature, like I've mentioned before, tend to be higher risk, but these sectors tend to be the ones that are most catalytic in terms of linking the different areas of the value chains of the South African economy, namely sectors like agriculture, agro-processing, and manufacturing. So therefore, we have to try and find suitable instruments that are linked very closely to how some of these businesses work, in order to play that counter-cyclical role as required by our mandate. Customer concentration is a big concern for us. A lot of small businesses tend to rely on one large customer, and like I said, during times of high growth, this is not so much of a risk. But if you are relying on large entities that they themselves have been put at risk because of the market conditions or mismanagement, then the value chain players or suppliers of some of these entities end up obviously then being at risk themselves. And then the barriers to entry being high capital costs to actually set up businesses that can be competitive, that can operate with those economies of scale, that make them more competitive locally but also internationally, is very important. However, as you mitigate risk, you then are faced with do you just go big bang, invest large amounts upfront and try to hit those economies of scale, or do you try to take the business through a steady growth journey, which could actually unwittingly also create its own risks? Next slide. Thanks, Pasha. So in terms of the impacts, I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. One is in terms of ownership trends. What we've seen is those businesses, once businesses are in distress, our ability to collect on the capital that we've invested tends to be more starkly on majority women-owned businesses, with the NEF seeing only 23% recovery of capital invested when businesses go into distress that are owned by women, whereas it's as high as 27 or 36% where there's majority male ownership. All in all, I think on average, the NEF is only able to collect around 26% of its capital once businesses are written off if our efforts to turn businesses around are not successful. And then the next slide, I think, touches on the impact of this loss of capital, where what we've seen is that a lot of steady businesses like property and in the wholesale and retail market tend to retain jobs a lot better. Effectively, what we're saying here is for every job you create, you're able to maintain those jobs in the property sector and in the retail sector. But when you come to manufacturing, for example, only 34% of those jobs are, or rather, let me say 64% of those jobs are retained that were created originally. And in agriculture, it's as low as 58%. But these are the sectors that, because of the needs of the country, we have to be involved in. Therefore, we have to find ways to keep providing assistance to businesses that are in distress in these catalytic sectors. And then finally, Chair, for us, what we're looking at in the current year is of the businesses that are in distress, we believe our efforts would probably require around 100 million rand of our own capital in partnership with the likes of the MSEP. This will assist us to, save up to 1,000 jobs. By save, I mean save about 600 current jobs that are in businesses in distress, but also once the businesses have been turned around, we're projecting a further 400 jobs created in those very businesses. And going forward, I think we have to be intentional where we actually are planning to set aside up to 1.5% of our annual budget specifically for businesses in distress, with instruments that have concessionary terms, whether it's on the pricing on debt or patient capital like equity and grant capital, which obviously is non-recourse. And our hopes is to work closely with the likes of the MSEP, but also with the Transformation Fund going forward to ensure that we will always have one eye on assisting businesses that are in distress. Thank you.
We hand over to the IDC now to present their slides.
Colleagues from IDC on call, could you please take us through your slide?
Okay. I'll take it, but Lucretia and I've got other colleagues who are on calls. CZ and Mpo and Lucretia might join, and she might give extra commentary. So carrying on from area input from the colleagues within the DTIC system, what we see is we thought, okay, let's add, since that's this question, let's add to say what have been the interventions that we see in the industry, as well as our own observations that are linked to this. So we saw that there are three types of interventions. There are public sector interventions, i.e. the entire government system is doing positive things in the economy that are showing observable progress, adding to keep the system going and even to grow. So some of those things are the energy reforms, reforms at Transnet to ensure that the logistics part of the industry is working. The master plans that the DTIC has put in place have definitely preserved aspects of the jobs and keep those industries running. And of course, ourselves as the DFI, NEF that you just heard from, we provide capital into the industrial base to keep the businesses running where there's capital needs. There are limitations, especially around system-wide reforms. It's mainly to do with coordination. That's what we see. The fragmented nature of those reforms, whether it's in the energy sector or in the logistics sector, and also the municipalities, so the layers of government between national, provincial, and municipal, and related to that, the SOEs that kind of like link all these things together. Sometimes they don't seem to be well coordinated, well-oiled machine. So the impact take longer and is delayed. So that's what we see. But maybe before you move to just to talk about go back. There are private sector interventions, of course, that are also there. Private companies are, innovating. They are participating in the energy sector and digitizing. All these things are influencing the sustainability of the jobs, and from a financial point of view, I think the key thing has been the business rescue regime that has allowed companies to at least attempt a turnaround plan before they can get into liquidation. That has been somewhat successful. However, it too can be enhanced. That's what we see in the system. When we deal with the specifics, that why it doesn't sometimes work fully. There are challenges that are remaining, operational challenges, systemic challenges, and kind of like social policy risks that we see. Operational challenges, of course, the energy and logistic things haven't been fully solved, so we still have some of those. Talent, area which we listen to two colleagues up front in terms of skills, but definitely there's a mismatch there. Then the next level systemic things is like there are a lot of companies that are in distress. So although they are still working, but they're working there's just a delayed recovery that is in the system, so it's very difficult for them to operate. And as I say, maybe the big thing is that we lack an early warning system for these distressed businesses. Perhaps if there's something we can do is to develop this early warning system, so we see things we have lagging indicators instead of having some sort of like leading indicators that can help with agility of response that we could actually to address these issues earlier. Then of course the big things are around. If these things don't work, the implications are here. I think we heard this earlier as well in terms of poverty and persistent crime, that then the loop just carries on from a social degradation point of view, which is not nice. What can happen? What can be done? I think there was a question to say, what can you suggest certain things that can happen? So yeah, we come up with a range of things that yourselves, committee members, that you can work on or take them as input in the process that you do there. Stabilizing the operating environment. the wider operating environment as you work with government and in parliament in terms of rules, regulations. If one can stabilize that operating environment, I think that can then capital, the nature of funding is that it likes where systems are stable. So that's why that is important. Protecting and growing employment, of course, ensuring that whatever rules that we put in place, the laws that we put in place are such that there are enough incentives for employment to be kept by these entities, and also targeting specific areas, agri-processing, things that can job rich, so to speak. Then capacity and capability, not only financial capital. So sometimes we tend to focus only on the funding side of capital, but there's the human capital that is needed, skills, and that we must make sure that we know systems are there, but maybe they're not. Are they enough? That's the question. Are we capitalizing on the entire countries, mobilizing the entire country? We know, for example, that the entities IDC, DBSA is a small from a capital that is available to be deployed in the industry. We are probably less than 10%. The rest is private capital. So if you add all Standard Bank, FirstRand, Nedbank, if you add all the money that can be deployed, they are 90%, we are 10%. So, so it's how do we mobilize the 90 as well as the 10 that we've got that we can put into the system. So the same applies to the human side of things. Then, strengthening business rescue and turnaround system. We've talked about that. Reducing cost pressures. I think energy and logistics cost at a national level can really help with that. Then building long-term reindustrialization. It's thinking long-term, thinking legislation and rules, regulations that incentivize, incentives work rather than disincentives and punishments and the like. That's what we thought we can input for it to be debated and discussed, and hopefully it filters itself into rules and regulations and laws. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. That actually concludes our presentation.
Thank you, TTIC and entities. I think we now have the last presentation to make of the organized labor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to everybody. All protocol observed. My connectivity will not be great, so I'm going to switch off the camera as soon as you allow me, Chair, and then proceed with the presentation. Also, just to confirm that my colleague, Comrade Matthew Parks, is also in the meeting with me. Thank you. I'll switch off my camera and we'll move on to the first slide.
Please proceed.
Can we move up to the first slide, please? The second one. By way of introduction, the job losses and the closure of many companies pose a significant threat to growing the South African economy and undoing many of the social challenges that we've existed. There are deepening levels of unemployment and deindustrialization taking place across the South African economy. Decades of austerity, neoliberalism, and the public and private sector investment strike has worsened unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Government for years failed to sufficiently invest in infrastructure, maintenance, social protection, security protection, service delivery, employment, SOEs, and municipalities. Workers faced rising cost of living crisis driven by administered and oil prices. The private sector has seen changes in global trade relations, which has resulted in industry closures and the resultant job losses. Many sectors that were crucial to South Africa's economic and industrial development are threatened by a rise in energy costs and energy reliability. Next slide, please. The socioeconomic context is as follows. The levels of unemployment has increased from around 20% in 1994 to 42.2% in 2025. There are deepening levels of poverty and inequality as indicated by a rising Gini coefficient. Illicit activities are taking place in more areas of the economy that also needs to be confronted. The key industrial advantage of South Africa in respect of critical minerals will be lost if the country is not able to mine, beneficiate, and export those critical minerals. A need for a deliberate plan to move up value chains and play a more central role in global supply chains has to be developed. Next slide, please. The causes of the current waves of retrenchment. The Trump tariff from the United States are a big factor for many sectors of the economy facing challenges at the moment. The price of energy and its reliable supply. This impacts on both upstream and downstream industrial activity, for example, the smelters and the manufacturing plants downstream who use many of the steel projects emerging from the smelters. The lack of infrastructure maintenance and investment curtails the ability to move the product from pit to port, and this particularly relates to the situation at Transnet. The clothing sector has also been affected by the US tariffs, as many factories are threatened and may face closures. The auto industry is another one of the casualties from the USA tariffs, and many companies along the value chains are facing closure. The smelters are facing closures due to electricity pricing, with many already closed and an estimated 350,000 jobs lost over the last decade. The downstream steel industry is affected by the carbon border adjustment that has a huge impact on our imports of steel into the European Union. We also identify agricultural jobs as being threatened as a result of the US tariffs, and we've seen some of that coming through in many agricultural sectors. Can we move to the next slide? The impact on workers and society and the economy broadly. The increased loss of jobs promotes insecurity in those many workplaces affected. The loss of industrial capacity in rural areas leaves many communities traumatized and without hope, in effect creating ghost towns, as we've seen as a direct consequence of the inability of municipalities to provide service effectively. This uncertain economic environment is not conducive to investment and stability in the economy. The supply chain challenges are disrupting value chains on the African continent and leading to loss of component manufacturers that are central to many final products that are exported from our economy. The closures linked to carbon taxes have also turned many industrial areas into ghost towns as people relocate in terms of jobs. But also important social problems then occur due to the lack of economic activity. Next slide. What steps are needed in the short term? From the side of Labour, we've identified that the Department of DTIC sector desks must secure alternative markets and ensure that our trade is diversified, especially in the context of changing geopolitical developments. Government institutions must provide urgent support from ITAC, the International Trade Administrations Commission, and many of the other government institutions, as had already been outlined in today's presentations. The mitigating measures for the transition periods should be tax relief, the UIF temporary employer relief scheme, and DTIC subsidies and incentives. We have to find ways in which to support those companies as they transition from one area of economic activity to others. Productivity South Africa, that's earlier presented, must assist companies to become more competitive in relation to their many trading partners. The DTIC's localization support fund should also be mobilized to support affected companies. The Department of Employment of Labour to overhaul the Unemployment Insurance Fund and TERS because they're not responsive enough and timeous enough to make interventions in the many economic challenges that are putting pressure on companies. The DTIC should use incentives as a short-term transition measure to help many of the companies cope. Next slide, please. On the long term, we believe we've got to scale up public employment to secure dignified and skilled jobs across the economy. We must ramp up public employment programs, in particular the presidential employment stimulus, internships and artisanships through SETAs, ensuring that they provide pathways into permanent employment and decent work in new areas of the economy that would be the areas that many jobs transition to or many economic capability transition to. We've got to expedite investments in critical economic and infrastructure projects. We have to unlock local investment by pensions and investment funds to advance local production and procurement and the development of South Africa. Got to diversify the trade into the new areas, which is a point that has been made by a number of the other presenters, and we reaffirm that here. Central to any realignment and repositioning of the global economic trajectory has to be a response to the World Trade Organization, ensuring its efficacy, and responding to the USA's agenda to undo and undermine the WTO as an institution that drives development as a key part of defining trade rules and trade terms. Next slide, please. The state of NEDLAC and government interventions that have been instituted as a response to many of the challenges. NEDLAC has done detailed work through Tesalico on developing line-by-line proposals in response to the USA tariff, the so-called Trump tariffs, and that is to both defend our local industries, but evaluate on the basis of information and evidence which industries can make further concessions and where are we able to respond differently. NEDLAC has also put together a number of engagements to look at the challenges in the smelters, then to look at areas of multinational companies making changes in their investment portfolios. And we've seen Tiger Brands redirecting of their focus has led to the closure or the repositioning of Ashton Canning that employs thousands of workers both in the direct value chain and in the regional economy in that area. These interventions through NEDLAC has played a significant role in stopping some of those closures and helping us to position ourselves better in respect of them. Government has also convened dedicated sessions with the industries facing threats, and this has contributed in large measure to our ability to respond more effectively. Then delegations from South Africa with businesses labor have worked closely with government in dealing with the matters related to the US and their change. Is something that's got to be duplicated across more areas of the economy. The master plan engagement and developments in many industries have developed detailed plans to both respond to the trajectory of those industries' development, but also responding to the short-term challenges that are emerging. The need for coherent industrial policy that reinforces the strategic role of high energy usage smelters and the management of load shedding. So it's about making sure that we build synergies between the ability of smelters to supply energy in short-term crises, opportunities where Eskom is unable to generate additional capacity has to be taken into account in respect of the ability to provide sustainable, consistent energy supply. We've spoken about the need for government to develop a coherent partnership on the continent under the African Continental Trade Agreement and to ensure that it deals with the processing of minerals and value addition on the continent. And this would be about looking at developing continental value chains and global supply chains where we partner with each other on the continent to make sure we support both the development of those capacity, but also the expansion of markets for them. Next slide, please. The proposals from our side for Parliament to intervene is that Parliament must ensure urgent actions on the plans agreed to by government. Often we've seen that many of the steps that are taken are really pro forma steps. They are ticking the boxes and dotting their I's and crossing the T's. We have to find a way to respond with detailed, bespoke, specifically developed programs to the new challenges that exist. And we've heard today from many of the other government institutions doing amazing work, and a lot of those work has come from the 2008 economic crisis, but there's a demand on us now to make sure that we reconfigure many of those measures so that they're better able to respond to the existing, the present, and the future challenges that we face. Then we've got to ensure that there's coherent action across government departments to halt company closures and support jobs under threat. And this again goes to the question about collaborating between national government and local governments to ensure that our support for the different initiatives are translating into actual measures that support industry to be sustainable. We've got to mobilize under the Continental Free Trade Agreement, other regional and multilateral organizations to defend the WTO, which is a point that we made before. But we think, given our trajectory of development and the kind of trade agreements we're pursuing, that the WTO is a central part of our strategic focus. The Portfolio Committee that's met today, and we appreciate them bringing us together, but they've got to ensure that they monitor responses to the most urgent sectors and the interventions that are in place. An urgent intervention into the UIF to address the administrative challenges required by government. It raises the question about whether each department is a sovereign leader of that department, notwithstanding what the implications are on other sectors. And so we've got to develop a cross-government response to many of the strategies that we put in place and our ability to respond timeously. We've seen in some of the presentations that it takes up to 3 months just to review an application. Clearly, there's a need for more urgency in that regard, and that calls on us to ensure that there's not just a tick box exercise, but officials responding to the challenges that triggers a response from those departments, making sure that that's more urgently dealt with. Sector interventions must be determined by the aggregate needs of South Africa. So we can't have only business interests, while they're important in defining how we respond to industries, but it can't only be the profitability levels of a certain company or the shareholders that determine what we prioritize. It's got to be what is the national South African agenda, and how do we ensure that that becomes the deciding factor in what it is we take forward. Then we've got to ensure that there's social compacts, agreements between business, labor, government, and other sectors of society to both develop and partnerships on the kind of approaches that are required to respond to the economy and the societal problems that are being exacerbated by many of the economic challenges imposed on us, both by our own inaction in some instances, and this is related to the corruption around SOEs, but also the corruption in the private sector, whether this is collusion, bread prices, steel prices, the construction of the stadium. All of those things require urgent responses and require dedicated and decisive action to ensure that we stop the kind of developments taking place with a lot of instances where there's no consequences. Can we move on to the final slide, please? And I'm sorry that there's a connectivity challenge for some colleagues, but we'll try and conclude while the connectivity is good. In conclusion, Chair, we'd like to raise the following. We appreciate this engagement tremendously. Our members have been really concerned that we don't seem to have a response urgent to the challenge in many of the sectors facing the economy and facing many workplaces. And this, we believe, puts us on a new trajectory to respond to those challenges more urgently. As organized labor, we commit to working with government and our social partners to respond to these challenges and make sure that we're better positioned for the changing economic environment. We are also, as labor, reaching out to many of our international partners, other labor organizations, to work with us in lobbying for ensuring that the WTO continues to play a role in global trade relations, but it opens up the whole process of trade and trade relations having to reinforce development and undo the skewed levels of development that had happened in the past under colonial and other forms of ownership. Finally, Chair, we want to appreciate many of the presentations that were done. We would call on many of those entities and Parliament's Portfolio Committee to ensure that, along with the great work that's being done, that we now start developing specific proposals to unique economic challenges that we're facing. This may need an alignment between many of these institutions and the policy desk of government to identify both sectors under threat and sectors where there are new opportunities for the future. It's called on us all to collaborate more intensively and ensure that we respond to the challenges confronting our economy and our society with the urgency that these measures have imposed on us. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair. Over.
Thank you to the organized labor, which would then represent the last presentation that we were to have before we take up a discussion I've responded to Honorable Mukwele on your point about the network and submission in writing. I will now go through the members who want to participate in the discussion because I'm struggling with my gadgets here, so I would not be able to see all the hands. In case I miss any, COVID support would help. Maybe for us to just make it a point that I don't leave anyone. I'll check if Honorable Mayecho would want to participate, or I see the hand. Honorable Passon, would you want to participate? So let's skip Honorable Passon. Honorable Mukwele has indicated network challenges and would want to submit in writing. The Honorable Bahrain, would I want to participate? Or you are content? I'll leave Honorable Bahrain. Honorable Nkopane, may I just check if you would be participating? Honorable Nkopane, will you be participating? I'll leave that. Honorable van der Walt, not back yet. Honorable Zongula, would you be participating? Or you'd want to submit in writing? I take it that I'm still audible. So if there's no response, I'll take it like not participating. This will help us to also know what time we have for members.
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass Honorable Zongula. Honorable Mbele, you would want to participate?
Yes.
Yes,
are you saying, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I just wanted to confirm that you would want to participate. I just want to count the numbers so that we look at the time. Honorable Shezi, whether you want to participate in the discussion? And I'll pass Honorable Shezi. Honorable Nansele, can I note if you want to participate in the discussion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so number 4. So we have Honorable Mayecho, we have Honorable Bele, and Honorable Nsele. I know that there are quite a number of presentations that have been made. You will, as you speak, indicate to which presentation you are directing your question or comments to. Honorable Mayecho, can come in.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the department and the entities, the Deputy Minister, Minister Sibia, and the members of the committee. Chair, yes, indeed, this was a quite long presentation in terms of the slides, as well as the presenters themselves coming from different entities, including the organized labor. I won't waste too much time, just go straight to the questions, because I realized that this presentation were too long and they were quite significant at the same time. I'll go to the presentation of the CCMA and just raise 2 questions, three questions there that are emanating from the presentation. And first question will be, what specific proactive intervention strategies are being implemented to prevent retrenchment in sectors most affected by economic downturns, rather than solidly responding reactively through processes like Section 189 and Section 189A. And the second question on the very same CCMA will be, what measures are in place as well to address the challenges of capacity and resource limitation within CCMA as well as SAC when managing high volumes of retrenchment applications and disputes? Because we know that in terms of their performance, they are doing well. But I think the question is quite relevant in terms of trying to get the clarity from them. And the last question on the CCMA will be that is the CCMA, in as far as the trends that are emerging in new retrenchment cases, which sectors show the greatest risk? And then I will move to productivity SA. On the productivity SA, how can the productivity SA proactive interventions be scaled up to effectively prevent business distress before companies reach a crisis point? And number two will be, what sectors or regions require immediate turnaround interventions, and what obstacles prevent rapid scaling of the BT&R program? And lastly, on the productivity SA, what legislative amendment does productivity SA need to intervene earlier before retrenchment occur? And then let me move to the unemployment insurance fund. Chair, this one is very critical in terms of the labor activation programs. And the first question here will be, how can the labor activation program, particularly the business turnaround and recovery program, be further streamlined to ensure broader access and effectiveness, especially for small and informal businesses that face significant compliance barriers? And these are in the working class and the rural areas in the main. And the second question will be, what are the strategies that can be employed to address systematic financial and operational barriers that prevent distressed companies from accessing UIF support? And how can these strategies promote more inclusive economic recovery? The last question on the UIF will be, how many pending TERS cases relate to companies in urgent distress, and what is being done to fast track them? And this is in line with what is currently happening when it comes to the previously marginalized communities, where a number of SMMEs are operating and are also applicants to this particular initiative, yet they are not getting an urgent response. So the question that will be in relation to that. And then let me go to another presentation in terms of the DTIC, the IDC, and NEF. Then I'm trying to be fast, Chair, in terms of time. The question emanating from this presentation will be, number one, how can South Africa effectively address the systematic governance and coordination failures across government departments and agencies to improve the implementation of industrial and development policies? And the second question will be, why are so many NEF and IDC funded businesses in distress, and what new rescue instruments in a form of grants, blended finance are being developed? Because we all know that they are funded, these businesses, but yet they come back again and then they go to the level or the status of being distressed. Hence the question, Chair. And the last question will be, what mechanism can be put in place to increase awareness and participation among SMEs in business rescue and turnaround programs, considering the current low uptake and high costs? And then in terms of the organized labor, let's welcome Comrade Tony, long time, no seen. But the question will be, Comrade Tony, in terms of your presentation, is that how effective can organized labor ensure that their advocacy for immediate social protections and short-term interventions translate into long-term industrial and structural reforms aligned, of course, with the broader goals of economic transformation and industrialization? And the last question, Comrade Tony, will be, how can the organized labor strengthen its engagement with government and other social partners to push for transformative policies that move beyond reactive measures? Of course, fostering sustainable industrial growth, beneficiation of resources, and reduced dependency on global trade uncertainties. Thank you, Chair. I think that my 3 minutes, I tried not to break the record to go beyond, but if permitted, one will come back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maetso. Honorable Mbele.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope you can hear me. First of all, yeah, you can hear me, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Member, proceed.
Okay. All right, Chairperson. I think let me greet first the Deputy Minister, the Chairperson, and the members of the portfolio, the MPs, and also the officials, senior and the junior officials that we have today, and also the presenters as well. This is Honorable Hazel Mbele, deployed by the MKP. Chairperson, it's a pity that the other presenters are no more here. That means my questions, because I had about 5 questions that I had an interest on. That means that I will have to write them down so that I can submit them, and also with my inputs on what I think it should be effective in terms of the issues of the training, because I always have an interest on that one, because now, based on the experience that we had out there, in terms of the training, just giving people training without any outcomes at the end of the day, because I think we all need the outcomes that are going to be creating the sustainable jobs and also the business interest in those workers, and especially while they are still in the working environment, so that we prepare them that when they leave, though the work, at least they are in a better space to can create the jobs for themselves, and also to be re-employable at the same time, those that do not have an interest in business, because not everybody is a business person. It depends on the interest, to whether you have an interest or not. Now, the other thing, that the question that I have is going direct to EUIF and the productivity SA. Yeah, I think, Chairperson, these issues, we've been talking about them, especially that Honorable Nonsele has covered me in terms of the issues of informal traders, in terms of the support. But we would like that one to come up very clear, whether the UIF and the productivity SA, do they have a clear program that is specifically talking to those informal traders and the small businesses? Because I'm asking that question because they are also falling under the category of the distressed businesses, unless they are categorized otherwise. But they also form part, because all the challenges that these big companies have, they also have, even as they are so extreme. So I want to check if maybe there's a specific program, and when is it going to be implemented, that program, to assist them, also to profile them as well. Because to assist a person without diagnosis, the person, it's not going to assist us. We need to profile them. We need to make sure that we understand what are their needs. I will make an example for the people that are selling on the street. Where do they store their where do they store their products? You see, that is a very big challenge as well. And also in terms of other issues that might be a challenge, in terms of the stock and also the what, because it's not that a person is working alone. You'll find that there's somebody that they employ to assist them on certain issues. So please, we would want to have a clear understanding on that one. And then then I can also would want to know, in terms of the intakes, new entrances on the partnerships. We have, while we are doing our work in the community, we have identified there are some other people that have got very good ideas in terms of creating a sustainable jobs. And especially in the agri, it's not the first time I'm raising this, especially in agriculture. Now, my question is, are those people allowed maybe to come and make some presentation? Or what should they do maybe to come and present their ideas, and also to request for the intervention if maybe they need a funding of some sort to benefit out of funding, UIF, and also we Productivity SA. So bengicela ukwazi nalokho is very important, no? And then the other thing, I think this one is going to NEF and ITC. I want to know also the ITC and NEF, whether they've got, because now I've got a problem with the issues of the credit review and so forth and so forth. Imagine we're talking about the small businesses, guys, the most disadvantaged people. So IDC NEF ngazi difficulty to funding from them unless you have changed, guys. Now, how do you accommodate our people? Our people have been very disadvantaged. They never had this opportunity like the white companies, like the big companies. Those people, they can afford anything. They can afford even to have AMA financials. Now, our people cannot even have AMA financials because they don't have the systems. They don't even have money to can really make sure that so now, what is it that to do? And then how can you make it very easy for them to get the funding? And then how do you also assist the ordinary person in the street who is selling apples? Because that person is also participating in the economy. So now, how do you assist those small businesses? And then I think the last one, Chairperson, man. Mina, I'm not satisfied in the workshop that we had. I just don't know. I'm just proposing, Chairperson, that can we maybe next year have at least a day or two where we are going to do workshops? Then we also come up with the inputs on how the lab should be implemented. Because we don't just want to spend the money as abasebenzi for something that does not have income, output. That does not have what you call the outcome. We need, and when we talk, when we report, this thing, this lab has created so many jobs. It must not create training. We need to say, okay, right, it has created so many jobs. People have come, we have assisted these companies, they have employed so many people. There's a new company that we have assisted, it has employed so many people. And when we talk about Chairperson, the what you call, let me just talk about the textile. I'm even going, if maybe we can be given that opportunity to have that 2 days maybe workshop, so that we can have that industry. We are saying people that are disabled, really, they are our priority. But can we also open to other people? I was in the market some other time. Women at the station there, and it's a very good business. People are buying. We are together. So if maybe we can also invest to those that are really doing e-production that. And then the last one, last. Chairperson, I guess let's add ama lokunjani ngiyazi ukuthi ayikho lapha ngifaka ngefasted. Ake sithi proposeni ukuthi sengezelwe ama-inspectors. Hayibo, izwe liyabhubha la ngaphandle. Kubi chairperson, ngiyanicela. Abasebenzi baya-abuswa la ngaphandle. Ngiyacela, let us add, ake siyenze serious lento sikhulume nelokhuzana no minister ukuthi please aba-add ama-inspector. Ngiyema lapho chairperson. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mpele. Honorable Sheze, I jumped you that you don't want to participate when I called you, but I see your hand is up. Now that it's up, let me give you before I give the last speaker, Honorable Nonsel. Honorable Sheze, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to DM and all the distinguished guests that are here from the DEL and all the other entities. Greetings to honorable members. Mine is very short, Chairperson. I was listening to all the presentations and they seem to overlap, and the number of jobs that have been saved, it's very good. But my concern is, in the main, the business or the private business is started by an individual to buy a Lamborghini or to enrich himself personally to the extreme. That's the main general idea of private businesses in the main. Now, what happens when TES or productivity or so ever is then coming to assist this distressed company? Do you guys check the organogram of the business, including the payments to directors and everybody, if it's sustainable, and how long does the process take for you to mentor one distressed company up until it can stand on its feet? And what happens in that process in terms of profit sharing? Is there any profit sharing that is done while our monies are being put into that company? I'm just raising this, Chairperson, because I know private businesses are for making profits. Let me just stop at that because a lot has been said. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Sheze. The Honorable Nonsele, at the last.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to Honorable Deputy Minister. Good afternoon to everyone who has made presentations, all the departments, and also my colleagues, that is the honorable members. Honorable Chair, my questions are, given that I'm at the end of the list, they may coincide with some of the questions that have been raised, and where this happens, my apologies for that. But I must say that the inputs were quite insightful, and very much useful in helping us to understand the extent to which we have the challenge that is of job losses and the need to make those necessary interventions. In appreciation of the presentation by the CCMA at the beginning, the question then would be just for them to further help us understand on how can the implementation of alternative approaches such as business rescue or sector-specific support programs be expanded to mitigate the high rate of job losses reflected in the report. And then the last one would be, in what ways can greater stakeholder engagement, particularly involving government, labor and business, enhance the development of sustainable intervention policies to support struggling businesses and prevent unemployment. With regard to Productivity SA, which also was a great presentation, a good presentation, and also it helped us to have a sense of the work that they have done, particularly the challenges they have encountered, including the fact that the entity itself has its own internal challenges. The question here would be, how does the Productivity SA ensure that its support mechanisms are accessible and effective for small and emerging enterprises, which often lack the capacity to engage with formal intervention programs? And the last one would be, in what ways are the social partners, that is government, labor, and business, collaborating to enhance the impact of enterprise turnaround initiatives and to foster a culture of productivity across industries? On UIF, Chair, again, this was a detailed presentation which helped us to appreciate the overall envelope of the severe challenge relating to this aspect that we're dealing with. I've got one question on UIF, Chair, which reads as follows: how can the program incorporate a more proactive approach to identifying and supporting distressed businesses? And that is the interventions that can be made earlier to ensure timely intervention that prevent job losses and resilience. On higher education, I'm sure, because I heard that they had a request to leave early, I would then also propose that I follow the proposal as Honorable member who spoke earlier suggested, that we rather make a submission directly to them so that they can respond. Or I can present so that based on the record, the question could be taken through by the Secretary Chair, which I would have raised this question: how does the partnership with NSF and CETA facilitate funding for digital skills training? And what additional support is needed to close the skills gap in technology-intensive sectors? The second question would be as follows: given the current financial and operational challenges faced by the academy, what innovative approaches can be implemented to scale up digital skills development initiatives effectively? On the DTIC and the IDC and NEF, the presentation again would have been around key areas that speak to the need for more inclusive intervention, particularly in dealing with much more critical economic enterprises that are impacted by, in fact, the changes in the economy. And my question around that again would be, how will the proposed reforms in energy, logistics, and regulatory frameworks ensure that distressed businesses, particularly SMEs, have the necessary skills and resources to adapt and thrive in a changing economic environment? And the last question would be, given the high failure rate and limited success of current support programs, what strategies can be employed to enhance capability building and ensure that distressed firms develop sustainable operational competencies? And then coming to my former home, my colleagues at COSATU, revolutionary greetings, Comrade Tony, and as well as Mike. It's only one question, which is, to what extent does the organized labor address the underlying systemic issues such as energy insecurity, infrastructure decay, and trade vulnerabilities that exacerbate deindustrialization and job losses? Thank you, Chair. Those are my questions, Chair, that I would put forward. And as I've indicated, where they interface or cross lines with others, so that can be clarified. But where, in fact, the presenters have already left, I would suggest that that proposal by Honorable Member earlier on, that this should be sent directly to them, be in fact followed up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nansele. You were number last on the list. Of course, as we give the opportunity to respond, it's just to emphasize the point that we had indeed agreed that those submissions would be made, and there was commitment from our Education and Training Department that in the 2 week space they will be able to respond, given the restructuring that's happening, in particular with those sitters that are put under administration. So just thought it's important to just make that reminder so that we indeed send those questions. The last point, I think, just to emphasize, so that when you respond comprehensively. In your presentation, there's the same, I think for me, 2 or 3 important points. One relates to the capacity of the Single Education Committee, whether that would have been historical or it is current, so that we know that at least there could be interventions in that regard. Secondly, this part about double dipping, so that it's also understood that you are referring to a company that would have been assisted through the tariffs, but later coming back to us for a similar assistance. As to whether this would be as a result of due diligence that may have not been done properly in the first application, where turnaround strategies are put in place and so on, so that as you put the money, you understand it is about turning around. Otherwise, there's no reason to come back when that has been done. So what could be the reasons for such double dipping? You've also raised an important issue about an appeal process that is not there. Maybe one would ask the question, in the current situation, with the ones that have been highlighted to have applied, refused before, come back, and then get the approvals. What will that process be if it is not an appeal? But again, if you were to make a concrete suggestion, are you looking at this as adding another tier of application approval, which is called the appeal now, or it may just be an issue of a second bite where you can look at rescission of your own decision given the new facts that are put on the table? So that will be one issue there. Maybe the point that comes across all the presentations, including the labor, is an understanding that the lack of growth in the economy is the reason that we have the challenges we have. Secondly, the part that talks to manufacturing being one other area that is problematic. And in fact, from the other presentation, it was clear that even technology is at probably 3% of the challenge, but the economy would probably be at about 84%. So therefore, it means that we may need to also understand that point. That does that mean it is lack of technological advancement that still puts it at 3? So that we know, as we advocate for technological advancement in many areas, including the way you will be doing inspections in the future, that actually then that can mean many jobs lost, or if the economy grows, we could be able to balance the advancement of technology with the economy. And therefore, the underlying question, which DTIC has not really emphasized in the way they are emphasizing plans, master plans. And I want to put to you that probably lack of that coherent industrial strategy would mean that the master plans are also disjointed and therefore could not yield the results we need. Now one wants to check also how far then is the development and finalization of an overarching industrial strategy, so that when you speak skills revolution, when you speak infrastructure, when you speak the energy problem that we are resolving, it should really be about being geared up towards realization of that strategy. So I would want that as you respond, you also take into account these points. And I want us to, in the absence of the Department of Education, which will send questions, but quite clearly, my view from where I'm sitting based on the presentation, that presentation gives you the understanding of why we'll still have a skills mismatch in the economy. It's because those entities that are given the space of looking and analyzing the economy and propose training that responds to the needs of the economy have not been functioning in the way they should be. But that's something we'll be able to take up as we get forward. So when you respond, please also take into account these points that I'm raising. We'll start therefore with PSA in the absence now of DET, CMA, UI in the way you've presented UI, and then you'll have the IDC, will have also the organized labor on the specific questions that would have been raised with them as last. In that order.
Thank you so much, John.
And UIF.
Sorry, Chair.
Please proceed, Mr. Ndu. Sorry, Honorable Nansele,
no. It's just a point of correction. My apology, because I left my mic on as well. My apology, Chair, is that I said Mike instead of Matthew Parks. Thank you, Chair, for that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that correction. We can then proceed with Ms. Naidu from PSA, followed by CMA, UIF, IDC, and organized labor.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm just going to go through a couple of the questions, and I will also get the Executive Manager to respond in between as well. So Honorable Maetsu mentioned about the proactive interventions and how to scale it up. Productivity SA, of course, can significantly scale up the proactive interventions. Firstly, of course, when it comes to the challenges that we've experienced, which means consistency of the funding agreement does make an impact. So in any intervention, if we do have additional funding, it will help us. But also for us, it's about strengthening the early warning mechanisms. So deepening partnerships and making sure that there's more awareness that is being created. So we do want to expand and ensure, I think through the presentations, we've heard it from even the IDC was presenting and the other colleagues were saying that this needs to be more of not just the lag factor of it. So if you put early warning systems in place, you are able to identify earlier, but it's also about the partnership so that we can get real-time data, in relation to this. So whether it's through SARS, UIF, the DTIC, being more proactive to identify these companies that demonstrate signs for decline. And this actually helps us as well with the ecosystem as a whole. And we speak about these partnerships, but if we do collaborate, whether it is with the Department of Small Business Development, the IDC, provincial departments, it'll help us with the diagnostic that needs to occur with these businesses and offer the support in a much better way, in a proactive way, so that we can actually achieve more and be able to address more of these issues. As we said, companies don't like to come to us, it's voluntary, and they normally come to us right at the end. So the proactive approach really helps us, and more awareness of this through campaigns, national awareness initiatives are going to be important for us as well. Then Honorable Maetsu actually spoke about the sectors and which are affected, so I'm going to leave that to Justice to actually respond to, as well as what legislative mandate would we be looking at. I'm going to move on to Honorable Mbele. She raised about the informal businesses and what specific programs are there. Yes, we do have specific programs that are for the informal sector. It's formal and informal sector, but in the emerging market. So that's your micro enterprises themselves. So we do offer those types of training. And I'm actually going to address also Honorable Nansele's question as well, because he's asking about the support mechanisms that's accessible for small and emerging enterprises, especially those that lack the capacity to engage in the formal intervention programs. So those that don't meet your normal requirements, they are not going to fall into our business turnaround recovery program, but we do have a program called Competitiveness Improvement Services that are SMME focused. So it doesn't have to be a registered business, but we want to move them, be able to capacitate them. We want to be able to support them through coaching. We have customized coaching interventions. We like to streamline, they need to be assessed. And that's what Honorable Mbele actually mentioned. It's about, do we profile? Yes, we profile them. We actually do a needs analysis, and then we come out with coaching and mentorship type of interventions that can support them as well. And then this is now also through, when we say outreach programs linked to the district development development model. We try to ensure, the provincial governments, LED offices, CEDFA as well at a provincial level actually brings more awareness of what kind of support is out there. And we are taking it to the people, of course. So this is programs that are dedicated to informal as well as formal sector, but we do have to support a certain number through the DEL intervention that we are funded through. Then second to that, Honorable Mbele also asked about what about the potential network partners, those that can actually support businesses to be more sustainable. We don't outsource the work, or we do not provide financial support, but we do actually like to provide the networking opportunities, and that's through exhibitions as well as workshops, where we would like to get your entrepreneurs that are in the service industry to help capacitate other businesses, bring more awareness to them, and be able to maybe link them up. And thereafter, we obviously try to also link them up from our side with the network partners so that they can get onto a database with CEDFA, to become a service provider so that they can actually support these businesses more holistically. And then I'm going to leave the Honorable Shezi's question related to the process that we follow, the checking of the organogram, how long it takes, as well as if there's profit sharing that will come from the executive of the program. And then Honorable Nansele also asked the question about what ways do the social partners themselves, collaborate and enhance the impact of this program itself. So yes, the social partners, we have a number of MOUs that are in place. We actually try to bring better awareness of what is out there, meaning that the program is a proactive approach, and therefore through these different platforms, the network partners actually come on board, and we try to coordinate those platforms so that the social partners, align to the efforts and resources to improve competitiveness at the end of the day. So joint governance and strategic alignment is very important for us. We obviously have certain amount of network partners, but we're trying to build on that as well. But it's about ensuring that we identify priority sectors that are under pressure and mobilize the teams accordingly, or targeted support. Again, I'm just going to wrap up before I hand over to Justice. It's about ensuring that, when it comes to business and industry, we also try to capacitate the network partners themselves or the social partners and ensure that they understand exactly what it means to implement and how our program runs, so that they can take the same message out there. And even then to entities like your CEDFA, like Department of Small Business Development, we actually end up capacitating them on even measurements within their own entities, so they understand as well how to measure, how to manage, and how best to actually become more proactive as well with the support that they're giving the enterprises. But ultimately, it's about this shared national productivity culture, and that's where we try to co-host events like Productivity Month. We had the Productivity Awards, but it's about this advocacy campaigns that play a very big role, and that's where the social partners actually bring more awareness as well about the program. I'm going to hand over then to Justice to answer the other questions that I've raised. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, honorable members. And thanks for the questions that have been raised. To a large extent, most of these questions have been responded to, but I will supplement them, starting with what Honorable Nansele asked, asked about the sectors that are feeling the wrath of distress at this point in time. From what we've indicated in slide number 10 and from the applications we are receiving, your manufacturing sector is hard hit. Similarly, even construction and engineering. And as you have heard from organized labor, the clothing, textile, leather, and footwear is actually not spared. So does food and beverages, as well as metals and machineries. We are also seeing agriculture and farming, as well as transport, storage, and communications. As for the rest, you can see the applications are at a much lower level as opposed to the ones that I've indicated. But when you look at areas geographically, I think one should look at the contribution of GDP from the various areas, because what it tells you where our employment is concentrated. And if you look at our situation, you will largely find that most of these businesses from the sectors that are highlighted, by and large, you will see that Gauteng will be having a lot of them, and it will be followed by the metros in KZN and your eThekwini, for instance, and then close to that will be your metros in the city of Cape Town. So most of our industrial areas, our SEZ, you will find them in these metros, and they're the ones who are showing even bigger signs of being under a whole lot of pressure, and therefore assistance within those areas should actually be provided as a matter of urgency. What I've also picked up from Honorable Member Mbele, which is basically the support for your informal and SMEs. I think Ms. Naidu did touch on it, but we have strategic partnership with the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition with a long-running program that we call the Workplace Challenge, which is looking at improving competitiveness of enterprises at emerging sector level and the ones that are stable, which we've run for years. This also include Kaizen initiative, quality and productivity improvement initiatives that we are able to give to businesses within that particular sector, even the ones that are not yet formalized or complying with the necessary tax systems that are in place. What I picked up from the questions raised by Honorable Fezi with regard to the businesses, and wherein you were indicating the fact that people start businesses to make money and to improve their personal situation. How do we get involved, and how do we mitigate against such? At inception, when businesses approach us or when we approach them, the first thing that we need from them is their financials, because it's through their income statements, their balance sheets, that we'll be able to pick up how finances are being utilized, both from looking at their sources of incomes, looking at their expenditures as well. So, and when we do this process and this assessment, as I've indicated, when we work, we use a very inclusive approach. We don't work just with the entrepreneur. Our approach is to form what we call a future forum, which is a forum made up of stakeholders. All stakeholders within that enterprise should be represented in the management committee that will actually lead and guide implementation of business turnaround and recovery within that particular enterprise. If it's a unionized environment, we want to ensure that shop stewards within those businesses form part and parcel of the future forum and the decision-making process and information is shared transparently, because if we are not sharing that information and working together, the chances of us succeeding and turning around that businesses can actually be defeated. So we need that conducive environment. And when the business turn around, of course, number one, the benefit for employees is preservation of jobs, which means those prospects for retrenchments that were there are actually reduced and in some cases eliminated. As the profit share grow, then we encourage the gains of productivity to be shared within those businesses as well. What I picked up from Honorable Mansele, I think there was issues of accessibility that I think we have touched on, and then just to add on issues of collaborating with social partners, it's very important. We say productivity is everybody's business. It's not something that only Productivity South Africa can actually be able to influence on their own. We need to work within an ecosystem, realizing that there are many social partners that we need to work with in order to achieve sustainable results. So on regular intervals, we'll go to Network. We did, I think our last visit there was end of May, where we were able to present as to how far have we gone with the mandate that the social partners have given us. As you have seen, our programs basically are programs that are owned by social partners. Even our leadership, as far as the board is concerned, is basically the social partners that actually give us the matching orders. Even on an annual basis, every October, we have an annual general meeting where we come back and say the strategy that you have given us and the annual performance plan that you have given us, this is what we have done. And that's where we are able to get even more information with regard to what areas of improvement should we embark on. In the engagement at Network, we agreed that there will be bilaterals with organized labor, there will be bilaterals with organized business as well, to see how we can take even this partnership further to make sure that our responses are even more impactful going forward. I think those are the ones that I've picked up, Chair and honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Musa from CCMA. Chair, in relation to the question posed by Honorable Maeso, firstly, on what specific strategies or intervention are being implemented to prevent job losses in sectors most affected by economic downturns. Perhaps when it's come to Section 189 and 189A, we are hamstrung by the legislative setup as to how and when to intervene. Both processes 189 and 189A are largely reactive. I'm using the word largely advisingly, Chair, because 189, you only intervene post dismissal, whereas in 189A, at least your intervention is at a stage an employer is still contemplating. And we have seen more results in those interventions because through our facilitation, you are able for the employer to look at other alternatives, either to avoid, to minimize, or to mitigate the job losses. But in terms of the proactive specific interventions that are currently underway, as CCMA, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we have a dedicated unit, in fact two. One is called the Employment Security, and the second one is called Dispute Prevention and Workplace Outreach. These two units, Honorable Chair, are mainly responsible for raising awareness on retrenchments across all sectors and in all provinces. Now, their primary focus, number one, is to identify the early warning signs, but this is where Honorable Maeso is coming from. That should you intervene earlier? Yes, these two departments, their responsibilities, we look at the early warning sign at that stage. We're able to intervene by implementing proactive strategies to prevent potentially retrenchment. From what we've seen, Honorable Chair and other members, those interventions have yielded a positive result. And that is where you also rope in TES and business turnaround and recovery program through obviously our partnership with Productive SA. We call it is a multidisciplinary approach. Is there a room that it can be improved? Definitely yes. What we've also seen, Chair, we are implementing what we call a Section 189A post-motoring processes for companies that have come before us and they said to us, no option except to retrench. This process is also conducted in collaboration with Productive SA, 6 months after the conclusion of the Section 189A facilitation process. So this process is aimed to provide the post-retrenchment support and to implement mechanism to address any issues that may lead to another Section 189A. So that with regard to the first question, what specific intervention are being made to mitigate or to prevent these job losses. Now, on the second question posed by Honorable Maeso, what measures are in place to address the challenge of capacity? To also speak to your question, Chair. We have a pool commissioners who are adequately equipped to deal with Section 189 and 189A solicitations. And this pool, Chair, is gradually every year being reviewed where we add more capacity because we have also seen that the number of referrals relating to retrenchments have gone up. So as they surge, we also add more capacity so that we are able to deal with those matters expeditiously. As you are aware, Chair, that in terms of the RA, it is our objective that there should be an effective dispute resolution. What that means that as far as practically possible, all matters before us, whether it's retrenchment or whatever, they must be dealt with speedily. And so, Chair, we always train commissioners annually because we know from our dashboard data that there are a number of retrenchments happening in this sector. So we need more capacity in order to address the shortcoming. And with regard to the Single Education Committee, I think speak to your question, Chair, whether this problem of capacity, is it historically or is current? To respond to both questions, the issue of capacity was borne out by the surge in test application. I think I've said in my presentation, Chair, the result of the effective awareness or marketing made by the ministry and our facilitators to all companies that are in distress, to say to them, instead of embarking on a retrenchment, there's an alternative mechanism that it can be employed by you coming to participate or to apply for tests, obviously subject to you meeting the criteria set out there. And we have seen, Chair, that currently we have 4 chairpersons, and that Single Education Committee meets twice now, because previously they used to meet once. But as a result of the increased volume in those referrals, we deliberately decided that we must meet twice per week so that we are able to deal with application also speedily. Should we get more capacity? Definitely, yes. But that is why currently, Chair, there is a discussion on the terms of reference to see how we capacitate this important committee so that they are able to discharge and to exercise their functions and in terms of what is required in terms of those terms of reference and also conduct of conduct. So, Chair, this thing, it's not historical, it's current because of the surge in respect of this application. Now, the third question asked by Mr. Honorable Maeso was in respect of which are the sectors that are at the risk. I think, Chair, on page 5 in my presentation, I did highlight that when it's come to Section 199A, the large scale retrenchments, the mining sector, the transport sector, and the manufacturing, they're at the risk as a result of, these are the top 3 highest referring sector when it's come to the application that we have dealt with and finalized. Now, with regard to tests, I think I mentioned on slide 20 that the business professional services is the highest, same manufacturing, both 189A, also a test is an issue, and also mining is there. So those are the 3 sectors that are at the risk in respect of this issue of 189A as well as the application. Now, I turn up to Honorable Mansela. The question was, how can the implementation of alternative approaches such as business rescue and sector support program be expanded? Chair, I think it must be a collaborative approach. I think we have seen this thing when we were dealing with AMSA metal application, where the partnership between IDC, TIDC, Department of Labor, and CCMA intervention to delay the retrenchment bore positive results. And we are of this view that collaboration at a strategic level can be enhanced in order to see how these job losses can be averted. And we've also seen that through this engagement, some of these companies that are under business rescues, they've come before the education committee to apply, what is quite positive. There are a few companies that have under business rescues, but they came to apply so that they participate in order to avoid these job losses. But the partnership that we have, UIF and PRODES-A, it's yielding results, and all the stakeholders will have to come together. Obviously, there always better workable solution that can be implemented to see that whatever we are doing, at least we achieve the results faster than we currently are. The other question asked by Honorable Mansile was with regard to in what ways can the greater stakeholders engagement involve the government, labor, and business be enhanced? Chair, it must, that one is the must. It must happen at that level where the government and labor and business, they have a cohesive engagement on these issues, so that the focus should be on what intervention can we make, business being its own expertise, labor and business and organized business, organized labor, so that we get to the root cause as to what is causing these massive retrenchments. I know from what we have seen on our referrals, they are largely related to economic reasons and structural reasons. But we need to delve into why all of a sudden it's a little bit quicker to retrench than to look at other means so that job losses can be avoided. So, Chair, our response will also be there must be a collaborative approach at a such level where it's comprised of government, business, and labor, and they focus on specific sectors that I've also mentioned as to what is happening there, what intervention can be made so that we avoid these job losses, Chair. Let me deal with your question, Chair, the issue of double dipping. It is partly correct that some of these applications that we have received, they're due to, you call it correctly, a lack of diligence. Whoever prepares those applications Sometimes what we have seen, they don't apply due diligence. It's a tick box exercise, and as a result, it then affects the recommendation or non-recommendation of the application. And what I've also seen, Chair, is when the companies they apply for different government funding at the same time. Like perhaps they will approach the Department of Employment and Labor on the reduction of working hours. Whatever discussion happening there, they're granted in order to avoid retrenchment. At the same time, they also come to apply for tests, and they do not disclose that already we are receiving this funding or whatever. And we have noticed that it is something that we're looking into because each application must be treated on its own merits. But that is mainly due to what we've already said, due to diligence in terms of first application, as well as some of the companies applying for different government funding simultaneously. On the issue of the appeal process, Chair, perhaps let me start by saying that for a company to participate, it must meet three criteria. One, you need to show us that you are first in financially, second, operational distress, and secondly, you need to show on your documents that the business has a reasonable prospect of success once you've been granted to participate in the scheme. Why some of the application there's a reconciliation? It's not an appeal, Chair, because once you talk an appeal, it means you have to look at the full merits of that application. Currently, in terms of our term of reference, there's no avenue for appeal. In other words, once we've adjudicated on your application and we look at these three criteria that are you in financial distress or operational or employee distress, should you be granted? Is there any plan that the business will succeed? Where sometimes the companies will meet the first two, they show that we are in financial distress and
the context is unclear. However, many people in financial
we are in operational distress. But on the case of putting a business case of whether there's any prospect of success in the event that the application is granted, that's why we rope in Project SA to assist in that. But the main one, you must be in financial distress. Otherwise, if you are not, you may be stronger on financial distress and be weaker on your business case as what will happen because of how perhaps you have drafted your application. That is where we rope in Project SA to look at the merits of your application and determine whether in the event that you grant your application, you are likely to survive after that intervention. So thank you, Chair. I think that is briefly the answers in respect of the question posed. Thank you so much.
You are quickly.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll try to be brief. My colleagues are also on the call to add if there's anything I have omitted. Some of the questions have been answered. I will not go over those again. I think just on the issue of how we can support the informal sector, small macro enterprises, Chairperson, the best way to do that is to work with institutions who are leaders in terms of sector knowledge on the different sectors of the economy. And the IDC and the NEF have built-in knowledge on how to deal with issues that are affecting specific sectors, whether the enterprises are small or medium-sized. They are best placed to deal with that. So for us, our response to that is to strengthen partnerships with these DFIs so that they are empowered to directly work with the enterprises. And that partnership must also include some level of hand-holding to ensure that all the necessary documentation that is required for a well-functioning business are in place. And soon the committee will start seeing the strengthened partnerships with some of these DFIs through some of the announcements that we would be making. And it is an acknowledgement that they are best placed to assist with supporting these enterprises with their investment proposition. And you'll also note that we will strengthen our working arrangements with our sister entity on the competitiveness side, so that there will be a much more stable program on supporting competitiveness of these enterprises. The best way to assist some of these enterprises even proactively, our view is that outreach and awareness is important, because the UIF is a contributor fund. We need people to contribute. And when they contribute, they then get access to this array of services that contributors to the UIF get access to. So we are strengthening also our outreach so that we can increase the base of contributors, such that we will be able to respond much more meaningfully and in a sustainable way to as many enterprises in the economy as possible. We were asked also about the proactiveness of our response. We could be much more proactive, but I think we all have to recognize that these are private entities, and in that way there are limitations on how quickly one could jump in to try and support. But again, there are other institutional mechanisms that if we had access to, would already start raising red flags that would allow all the institutions that deal with companies in distress to be able to be alert. For example, most of these entities would have to disclose their financial status to SARS, and that information would be available. But because of the SARS Act, for example, because of them also wanting to protect privacy, we are unable to get that information on time to proactively engage these enterprises to see how we can support them. The banks are not necessarily proactively coming to our institutions in as quickly as they need to come when certain of the businesses are going into distress, and in part because the banks have really divested themselves of some of the real industrial capabilities. As long as you've got insurance, that if you go under, the bank's money is safe. The workings of your business is not something that they necessarily are still taking very seriously. So those are some of the mechanisms that if we were to get it right, we would be able to have a fundamental way of really going in when it matters for companies that are already showing signs of distress to be saved. But like I say, there are legislative impediments, there are individual business decisions that are being made, and also in some instances where these involve multinationals, there are global decisions that are being made. And the more we strengthen collaboration, at least within some of the state institutions, the better we stand a chance of even where it matters to change global decisions, because currently the fragmentation is also not working in our favor to put South Africa as a viable investment destination. So those are some of the issues that we will have to strengthen, working with the DTIC, like I said, working with the development finance institutions, and working with all the other institutions in this whole work of assisting companies that are in distress to sustainably turn around. And then the other question that was raised was in relation to our own processes, how long we take, and the concerns around that. Yes, we want to go as quickly as we can possibly do, but we do respond slower than a business in distress would necessarily want to be exposed to, and internally we are working through those processes to improve our response time. The difficulties the CCMA have indicated that sometimes you ask for information from the entities and then there is slowness in the response, and then internally we are reconfiguring our processes so that when a decision is made, say by the CCMA, we don't reopen issues that the CCMA has already looked into, but we process that decision because we are dealing with a company that is in distress. So I think I will stop there in terms of the additions to the information that has already been provided, so that we can also assist the committee in its work going forward, but also just a plug in that this issue of ensuring that we secure our market is important for all sizes of enterprises, and we would ask that as the committee takes the work forward, that issue is also kept in mind. And the reform that we are talking about of the UIF is very, very key for the fund itself and for all our partners, and our board represented by the chair, Ms. Zodo Manas, who is here, is helping us to reshape a UIF that will be fit for purpose to deal with entities that are in distress and also fulfill its broader mandate. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks, UI. Look at the DTIC, the team, followed by organized labor.
Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members. I'll take the questions relating to the NEF just for meeting purposes, because my name does appear like a pseudonym there, for Tatso Babela. Starting with the first one regarding the high impairments. So this chair has to do with our investment philosophy. So the NEF's mandate is to finance SMMEs. So it is at the back of that I'm going to answer this question to say that the clients that we typically fund do not have access to debt capital markets. That's the first one. And secondly, they are normally startup businesses and green projects, so to speak. So that typically results in high default rates, and hence our impairment will look the way it is. There are interventions that we do try, however. We do have mentorship programs with the likes of the UIF, but still, due to the high risk profile of these businesses, it results in high default rate. Honorable member also had a question regarding the informal traders. What we typically try and do is that when we finance these businesses, we also look at the indirect jobs. So we will look at the downstreams within these industries. So your typical one will be where we do a recycling business. We will then look at the recyclers around that area. So that will assist in curbing that informal trading, in assisting them rather than. It is quite difficult, however, to fund the informal traders. This is because of compliance and typically because of their low revenue base. Their yields are just small, Chair. They won't be able to afford the loans, will put them further. This will actually place them in distress. So as a result, we look at the downstreams of those industries around. There was also a question around the industrialization. I won't go into the specific sector master plans. I think that's for the DTIC to answer. However, what I can say on the NEF side is that we are now looking at industrial parks and special economic zones. At the moment, we have a target of not less than 25% that is dedicated towards approving entities within your industrial zones. I think the history regarding industrial parks and where we are as a country now is known. So we trying to assist in that aspect because partly that's what led to urbanization. So we are assisting by funding businesses within our industrial parks, and we're hoping that that will assist, Chair. If I've missed any question relating to the NEF, you'll assist me there, but I think I've covered because there were 3 on our side, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is Justice Ngwenya from the DTIC. As I was listening to the question from members, Chair, I realized that what our colleague from UIF indicated, the collaboration, that would be key because all these question actually touches all of us. And from our side, we've got IDC and NEF as our entities. And they are well versed in the space of dealing with the SMEs and also addressing challenges faced by distressed companies. So what the department would do, it would ensure that it support the 2 entities through various programs that we have, MSEP being one of them, to share resources so that these two entities are well positioned to address those issues, because in the main, those companies would be looking for preferential loans. Sometimes they would be looking for terms that are relaxed so that they are given the space to recover. Through our incentive programs, the department would then augment the loans that the entities would be giving to the distressed companies in support and trying to make sure that they do recover and survive as going concern businesses. So that is how I think from the DTIC chair, we would be addressing these issues, because we don't do it in isolation. Wherever there is a need to support distressed companies, so IDC and NEF become the entities that would implement those strategies. So the department would just support the entities in terms of resources so that they are in a position to offer those terms that are favorable given the legislation that governs their operation. Because in some cases, as the colleague from NEF indicated, that the credit profile of some of the companies, it's such that they are not in a position to support. This is where the department would come in with support to ensure that those risks that are perceived are being mitigated by the department's support, so that at the end of the day, the targeted companies that are in distress do get the support. The other question, Chair, that was raised by member, I think Mbele, talking about how do we accommodate small business and ordinary people in the street. That we do in conjunction with small business, because small business took some of the support that the DTIC had in support of the small business. So they do have those programs, which ordinarily would also be seen as risky by other funders who would look at companies must be registered and they must pay tax, have a tax clearance. So through some of the incentives programs, you'd find that the department does augment what support should be given to such industries, so that at least they also do get help. That doesn't mean to say, Chair, we are doing great. I think there's room for improvement, but taking from colleagues from UIF that indicated and emphasized collaboration. So you find that at the end of the day, all those companies, they are touching us in different ways. So if we could just collaborate and make sure that our support is coordinated, and so that when the companies receive the support, it's really addressing their needs, whether they are informal, they are small or medium. So this is how DTI chair support distressed companies, that it's not directly, but it's indirect through the two entities that are in a position to give preferential or concessionary loans at the back of the support that they get from the department. When it comes to the master plans, Chair, we have different master plans for different sectors which are being reviewed at the moment. And that would also dovetail and talk to our industrial policy strategy, which is being finalized. So what I would probably request, Chair, if Chair would allow me, to get the transcript of the questions from the Secretary and share it within the department so that we can give a full and comprehensive response, given the colleagues who are not in the call, but whose expertise lie in those areas. As an example, the master plans. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sir. Organized labor. Tony.
Thank you very much. If I can proceed with your permission, Chair, because the line's not very clear from your side, although it is clear with many of the other speakers. Thank you very much. There were 3 questions directed at Labour. They're interrelated, so I'm going to deal with them as one. The first point that is made is, how do we link the short-term to the longer-term issues? I think a good example of that is where there are challenges that a lot of imports are coming in, for example, taking away market share from the clothing industry and some companies who do produce those products. That union in that sector protest at SARS and at the other customs agencies to raise the concern. So that's then a short-term response to the problem. The longer-term response to it is that that protest at the SARS and at the borders translates into what then goes into the Border Management Agency. And how do we, through the discussions at NEDLAC, ensure that when looking at issues of customs fraud, we then build in the safeguards into the Border Management Agency's legal framework to ensure that similar problems don't occur in future. So that's a linkage between the short and the long term. Another example of that is, for example, the challenges in the ports. The ports and the problems in Transnet, which is in large part due to the corruption in the state and underinvestment by some of those state-owned companies. So the way we respond to that is to raise the concerns, the problems at the NLCC, which is one of the rapid response vehicles that was put in place by government to look at what the challenges are in many of the state-owned enterprises that have a bearing on the logistics center. But the problems that are then identified are corrected in the policy proposals that are explored. So there's a partnership, for example, on some of the rail lines and transport the ore from the mines to the ports. And that collaboration has seen investment into security companies, in Transnet, more investment into the locomotives, some of the wagons that are used to transfer the products are then within government's programs to increase the manufacture thereof. So that's how the linkages happen between the problem identification, the solution, and how that fixes the systemic problem that given rise to that. Of course, an area where government can assist is by making sure that there's more decisive consequences. So the scalums in the SOECEs and in government, thank goodness now we see that some of the others have also been dragged to court. But we've got to deal with that decisively so that the people who are corrupt, who undermine the political system and the legitimacy of government in South Africa with all of its unintended consequences, those people must bear the cost. The society can't bear the cost when there's protest against that, but we must put those persons in jail so that we seem to be responding to the challenges that give rise to unemployment and poverty in our society. And so that's the linkages between the two. My colleagues have spoken in a fair amount of detail about some of the other linkages at the UIF, and we think that that's great. That must be continued. The question related by transformation and our ambition of transformation, we've already seen in the employee share ownership conferences that there's massive beneficiaries for workers, and that's got to be expanded into the future. But that really drives the transformation. That drives the transformation that we favor. We've got to see workers and working class communities benefiting from transformation and not one or two black millionaires replacing the white millionaires in many sectors of the economy. And so the government must help us to ensure that those measures are consistently implemented, because clearly the corrupt in our society are benefiting or over-benefiting from repeated empowerment. That must be curtailed so that the society as a whole can benefit, and that transformation programs and measures are then restored to its legitimacy as a key means of restoring and undoing the legacy of apartheid. the UIF contributions and how that pans out. We appreciate the sentiments by the UIF commissioner and some of the points that was made in relation to that. We'd want to see that fast-tracked. And there's probably a point, I think, Chair, that the committee can consider looking at. We've got to monitor whether the measures that were shared with Parliament today, whether those are implemented in the most effective and efficient way. Our experience as industry players is that there's a lot of delays, there's a lot of corruption in the system. We've seen some of the business rescue managers profiteer off of measures that's supposed to be helping industry, helping us to maintain industrial capacity, and they're using it for what seems like their own corrupt ambitions to just milk the systems. So there's a need for drastic legislative review that stops that abuse of the system. And that's the area where I think there can be an intervention by the portfolio committee, and even mechanisms put up where many companies can report their concerns directly to the portfolio committee, which helps you to then interface with the different departments that fall and institutions that fall under different ministries. That certainly will be a huge assistance in the short term. On the questions related to master plans and how do we interface with the industrial planning and ensuring that the measures that are put in place are actually going to help industries, we want to see much more clarity on that from the Department of Trade and Industry. There's a strategic session scheduled at NEDLAC for next Thursday, and at that meeting there's supposed to be a presentation of the new industrial strategy. We will engage with that there as business and labor and make sure it responds to the challenges that we have. But amongst the issues emerging already are some of the issues that are meant to support industry. So the Localization Support Fund, which comes from the Department of Trade and Industry in part, but is meant to look at how do we replace imports that are coming into the country by expanding the capacity of domestic companies. There's been great examples about that. We clearly have to expand that, and that's an intervention that government can help to fast track. We've got to look at ensuring that we diversify our trade measures and our trade destinations, and a lot of steps in that regard have been taken, but mainly as a response to the USA. We should be looking at special measures in government to see what the new opportunities for trade are on the continent and within BRICS, because that clearly is where there's greater political resonance, and the economic collaboration may flow more easily from that than from somebody like Trump, who's intent on just looking at their own interest, undermining the global architecture that's meant to undo the legacy of underdevelopment and colonial power relations and trade relations. The final point is that the measures that are being implemented by government clearly can help. So we've got to stop exporting raw materials where there's no beneficiation. The export taxes around chrome, where ourselves and Zimbabwe probably have about 60% of global supply, that's an area that can significantly help. But we've got to ensure that the smelters that are central to adding value there, that the smelters are addressed in the short term through the PPS with better electricity pricing and greater support from government, because those are important cornerstone industries that feed into the rest of the value chains in the economy. So some measures, some indications really are encouraging and useful, but we've got to fast track that and ensure it's more speedy implementation if we're going to have the kind of consequences where we reduce unemployment, grow the economy, and ensure that global trade relations are taking place in a different framework that ensures that underdevelopment in the South is undone by deliberate actions in trade and trade rules. Those are the questions I could pick up, Chair, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Organized Labor, for the responses, which would have been the last responses. Honorable members, I take it that most of the questions that you would have raised have been responded to. But of course, there are also requests for a record of the meeting, so that those matters, in particular from trade and industry and competition, they would look at those branches that may not be here to be able to respond. So there will be further responses in that way. Honorable Mpele, on what point are you rising?
I know it's not a point. There is when we follow up question, but it's not a kind of order. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. So okay. I hear you, Honorable Mpele. I hope you did get the point, though, that there are also further responses that would be forwarded. But let me just check on which question were you following up, so that when I summarize, you don't come back. Honorable Nonsele, you'd indicate which areas you are following up on. And let me start with Honorable Mpele, unless it's a point of order, Honorable Nonsele.
No, Chair, it's not a point of order. It's just a follow-up on the yes, on the department.
So it's a follow-up. Let me then start with Honorable Pele, just to check on which question is the follow-up, and then come to you, Honorable Nonsele.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm told that I'm not audible. I'm not sure whether it is you, Committee, was put something on the chat.
Now we can hear you.
I did, Chair. It's better now, but especially when the members speak, it's very soft. We can hardly hear. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's also try then to raise our voices, honorable members, so that the questions could be answered properly. Honorable Mpele, proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. No, my question, my follow-up question is when I think it's NEF or it's IDC, I'm not sure, when they talk about assisting the recyclers. I just wanted a clarity. When you talk about the recyclers, are you talking about the waste collectors, or are you talking about where they are recycling their what you call their waste, or maybe where they are sorting it, something like that? So that I just wanted that to be clear, so that we maybe when we make some certain proposals, we are able to can submit properly. And also with the because why I've got an interest in this when as a person is because in terms of the waste collectors, we find that they are being abused by these big companies, which is mabefika lapho babanikeza almost nothing, whereas they have worked very hard besiswa zimvula kunayilanga. So bengicela ukuchecka nje lapho ukuthi babe specific ukuthi yilaba aba-collect waste or yilaba benza i-recycling now, because that area is monopolized by white people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Mpele. Honorable Nonsele.
No, thank you, Chair. I think because I've relooked into the responses, but the question is more related to UIF projects that were supposed to have been re-advertised. And I wondered if, for instance, if they are not ready with the question, with the response, they can respond in writing directly to me. It's just to get that progress report on the jobs that they were going to re-advertise, and the process, in fact, not just the job, the process they were going to re-advertise, and then which also speak to the subject matter that is of job creation. So if they are not ready at the moment, my suggestion is that they can, in writing, respond to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nonsele. Can I just get those quick responses or indications from NEF or TIC?
Thank you.
To recyclers. Yes.
Sorry to come in quickly. So we finance the plant itself, the waste recycling plant. And then from that plant, the feed or the raw materials that they get from, it normally is women around the area that will collect waste and then get it to the plant, to the weighbridge. So we finance the plant itself, but the indirect jobs that I was referring to is the people around the area that will actually collect the weight itself to take it to the weight receipts. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think there's clarity in that. UIF, do you want to respond now?
Yes, Chairperson, thank you very much. Chairperson, just to indicate that the honorable member is talking about the LEP, the employability program. We are relooking at that program. For now, we don't have a firm date on when we will be re-advertising. The issue is to try and balance the re-advertisement of our employability programs with the other equally competing priorities of dealing with businesses in distress and strengthening partnerships with our sector experts, so that where we put money, we are able to show results. So we're relooking at that program. We will come back to the portfolio committee on whether there will be an application process going forward or not. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you for the responses. I think all areas now covered. Honorable members, let me indeed take the opportunity to thank yourselves. I've seen throughout, for the better part of the workshop, we had the full complement of members of the portfolio committee, which is very important. But also thank the presenters for the presentations they've made, including further clarities that were brought about by questions that honorable members would have asked. I can say from the point of facilitating the workshop that indeed it has achieved its objectives. That first of empowering us to understand better in terms of the interventions and strategies that are being applied, understanding that all that need to play the role understand the challenges, but also what proposals are on the table for us to be able to move forward. This then presents an opportunity for us now to do what we said we'll do, lifting up those matters that we want to take forward for decision making. But I think one important issue we'll be taking back, which we would have not known specifically if this workshop would have not been in place. Fact that from timelines, that next week Thursday, there's an expectation that the industrial policy would be one of the engaging points at network level. That, so is a way forward in taking the matters that we have raised, such that plans and everything else speak to that industrial strategy for the country, and we can all make a contribution in that regard. Of course, honorable members, depending on the feedback that we get, we will still be ensuring that at some point, as also proposed by Committee from Organized Labor, the need to engage even the business side of things. We, of course, would have wanted to have them here, but they were not here. And will impress on yourselves that they also are encouraged that they can address these issues that they may have with the portfolio, and we're presenting that opportunity so that when we look at solutions, we have indeed a win-win situation that makes our economy to move forward. So with that having been said, honorable members, at least this concludes the part of presentations and discussions. And I would therefore not keep the presenters who would want to leave at this point, as we just conclude our committee tasks and what could be the engagements for next week. So with that, thanks to all the presenters, and thanks for responding to questions. As I said, you're free to leave the platform, but if you so want to stay on, it will still be acceptable as meetings of Parliament are open to the public in that score. I just want to check from the committee support if we have the numbers, and as well as whether this would have been the last item, the one of minutes. Ms. Ndabeni, is it you who's assisting us?
Yes, Chair, we still have the numbers, and we'll be dealing now with consideration and adoption of minutes of the 5th and the 12th of November.
Honourable members.
And that will be the last item, Chair.
We only have 2 sets of minutes to consider, and I'll ask that the committee support share that. The first set of minutes. Committee support, can you share the minutes? Taking more minutes to share the minutes.
Yes, Chair. I'm trying to find the minutes of the 5th. I've opened them, but they don't seem to be appearing on my side. I only see the ones on the 12th.
I think in the meantime, let's take the ones you are able to flight whilst you are looking at the other set of minutes to save the time. So the minutes of the 5th are now flighted. As I usually do, would look at the first page. As you see on the agenda, that's at the time when we were dealing with the petition from Mr. Blanche. These are the minutes for that day. And those are the members who were there. Can just scroll down. We also had a presentation from CGE. Thank you. Those are minutes, honorable members. Of course, I can confirm that leaving the meeting on the day, there was an understanding that the doors were open for CGE to engage with the department. Secondly, there was commitment, which commitment from report I have was taken through in terms of what the committee would have said to be referring the matter of the petition to the NETLAC process on labor reforms, and it has received attention in that score. I now present then the minutes for approval. Let's just get to the members who are there so that it's quicker to get the mover and seconder, honorable members. Honorable Mbele, that's your hand.
Yes, I propose the adoption of the minutes.
Honorable Mbele moves for adoption of minutes. Can I get a seconder? Honorable Nansele, I recognize.
Chair, Honorable Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, you can proceed.
Yeah, okay. I second the motion by Honorable Mbele for the adoption of the minutes of the 15th. So I move. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Nansele seconds for those sets of minutes of the 5th. Any objection in us adopting the minutes, honorable members? No objection, so the minutes are approved as a true reflection of deliberations of the previous meeting. Can now take the next set of minutes, which is the last. Minutes of the 12th of November, I presented. But remember that on the day we had a presentation from States SA and the department, all were related with regard to challenges of youth unemployment. So those are members who were present. Then scroll. Can you just go back to the department? I just want to be sure that there's no, okay, that matter is now corrected. So it's not the previous DM. Okay, you can proceed, go down. So those are minutes of the 12th. I now present them for adoption, honorable members. May I get a mover and seconder for the minutes?
Chairperson.
Yes,
I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Honorable Mbele moves. Can I get a seconder?
Honorable Mbele. Yeah, thank you, Chair. I second the motion by Honorable Mbele for the adoption of the minutes of the 12th. Yes, so I move. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, the minutes have been moved and seconded for approval. Any objection in us approving the minutes? No objection. The minutes then are approved. It's a true reflection of deliberations of the meeting of the 12th of November 2025. As it was stated, this would have been the last item on the agenda. As I close, honorable members, once again, I must thank you for making the time. These workshops will come in very handy from a point of being informed, even as we discuss with our colleagues in the different portfolio committees on matters of interest. We would also be moving from a point of information. you would notice that we have had a number of them, starting with the legislative side, looking at the reforms, even if they are not before the committee, as part of the empowerment of members. Would have looked at a workshop on the lab so as to understand it, even though we may have dealt with it in the inductions. Of course, what we'll be expecting now will be that progress report on the lab in terms of areas of implementation. So we'll have to just make sure that we use the knowledge we would have received to do so. Today, we looked at different contributors in reducing unemployment, in ensuring that you preserve jobs whilst you create more jobs by looking at distressed companies. And I think it has gone very well. With that, honorable members, the meeting stays adjourned until we meet next week. We will have communication in this regard accordingly. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Bye, everybody.
That's fit done, yeah.